Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Blessed Isles Before the Fall. In the heart of ancient Runeterra, where legends were born from the dreams of mortals and magic flowed as naturally as morning mist, there existed a realm beyond the comprehension of ordinary kingdoms. Tonight, as shadows dance beyond our firelight and the world settles into peaceful slumber, let us journey together to a place that once embodied perfection itself, the Blessed Isles, a paradise where life and death existed in perfect eternal harmony. Imagine, if you will, drifting across crystalline waters that sparkled with an inner light, each wave carrying whispers of ancient wisdom and gentle promises of peace. The Blessed Isles rose from these sacred seas like emeralds scattered by the gods themselves, their shores kissed by waters so pure they seemed to glow with celestial grace. Here, beneath skies that shifted between the softest blues and the most gentle purples, existed a realm where suffering was unknown and death held no terror. The very air of the Blessed Isles hummed with tranquil energy, thick with magic so benevolent that it seemed to embrace every living thing with motherly care. Ancient trees stretched toward the heavens, their leaves shimmering with silver light that danced in perpetual gentle breezes. These were not ordinary trees. They were the watchers of ages, silent guardians whose roots reached deep into the spiritual heart of the realm, drawing sustenance from wells of pure life force that had flowed since the world's first dawn. In this sanctuary beyond mortal understanding, death was not an ending but a transformation, not a tragedy but a gentle passage from one form of existence to another. The waters of life, those sacred springs that would one day become the instrument of the realm's destruction, bubbled forth from hidden grottos carved from living crystal. These waters possessed the power to heal any wound, to mend any broken heart, to restore life to those who had passed beyond the veil. Yet they were not used carelessly or selfishly. The guardians of the Isles understood that such power required wisdom, patience, and above all, respect for the natural order that governed all things. The inhabitants of this blessed realm moved through their days with a serenity that bordered on the divine. They were beings touched by immortality, not through conquest or dark bargains, but through their harmony with the fundamental forces of existence. Some were mortals who had earned their place through lives of exceptional virtue and wisdom. Others were spirits given form, manifestations of hope and healing that had taken shape through centuries of pure intention. All shared a common understanding that life was sacred, that death was natural, and that both deserved reverence and care. Walking through the gardens of the Blessed Isles would have been like stepping into a living poem written by creation itself. Flowers bloomed in colors that had no names in mortal tongues, their petals soft as silk and warm as summer sunlight. The fragrance that drifted from these eternal blossoms carried with it a sense of absolute peace, a gentle assurance that all was well with the world and always would be. Crystal streams meandered between beds of luminous moss, their waters singing soft melodies that spoke of joy without sorrow, love without loss, and hope without fear. The architecture of the Blessed Isles reflected the gentle souls who dwelt there. Buildings rose from the earth like natural formations, crafted from materials that seemed to be living light given solid form. Spires twisted skyward in graceful spirals, their surfaces reflecting the play of sunlight and moonlight with equal beauty. There were no fortifications here, no walls or barriers. What need had paradise for protection? The very essence of the realm repelled malice and ill intent, creating a sanctuary where only pure hearts could find entrance. In the great halls where the guardians gathered, wisdom was shared like precious wine, each drop savored and appreciated. These were beings who had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, who had seen the cycles of creation and destruction that governed the mortal world. Yet they spoke not with weariness, but with gentle understanding, their voices carrying the weight of ages tempered by the lightness of absolute peace. They understood secrets that mortal minds could barely grasp, the true nature of existence, the delicate balance between all things, and the sacred responsibility that came with power over life and death. The libraries of the Blessed Isles contain knowledge gathered from across all of Runeterra and beyond. Scrolls made from materials that would never decay held the accumulated wisdom of countless civilizations. Here were recorded the true histories of kingdoms long forgotten, the genuine nature of magic in all its forms, and the careful observations of those who had learned to see beyond the veil that separated the physical world from the realm of spirits. Yet this knowledge was not hoarded or hidden. It was shared freely among those who sought to use it for the betterment of all existence. Children played in gardens where every flower was a friend and every breeze carried laughter that echoed with the joy of pure innocence. These were souls who had never known want or fear, who grew up understanding that the world was fundamentally good and that they had a part to play in maintaining that goodness. Their games were lessons in harmony, their songs were prayers of gratitude, and their dreams were visions of even greater beauty yet to come. As twilight fell across the Blessed Isles, though here even darkness was gentle, touched with silver light that made every shadow soft and welcoming, the inhabitants would gather to share stories of the world beyond their shores. They spoke of the struggles of mortal kingdoms, of heroes and villains, of great triumphs and terrible tragedies, yet they spoke with compassion rather than judgment, understanding that even the darkest hearts carried within them the potential for redemption. They knew that their role was not to judge, but to serve as a beacon of hope, a reminder that perfection was possible and that peace could triumph over conflict. The magic that flowed through the Blessed Isles was unlike any other force in Runeterra. It was not the raw, often dangerous energy that mortals struggled to control, nor the corrupted power that dark sorcerers wielded with such terrible effect. This was magic in its purest form, the fundamental force of creation itself, unfiltered by malice or ambition. It responded not to demands or commands, but to gentle requests, flowing where it was needed most, healing what was broken, nurturing what sought to grow. Yet even in this paradise, the guardians understood that their greatest treasure was also their greatest responsibility. The waters of life that bubbled from the sacred springs could restore any who had fallen, could undo the ultimate tragedy of death itself. But they knew that such power must be used with infinite care. Death was not always an enemy to be defeated. Sometimes it was a teacher, sometimes a gift, sometimes simply the natural conclusion to a story well told. The wisdom to know when healing should be offered and when it should be withheld was perhaps the greatest treasure of the Blessed Isles. Seasons passed in the Blessed Isles, with a rhythm as gentle as a sleeping child's breathing. Spring brought renewal beyond imagining, summer offered warmth that penetrated to the very soul, autumn painted the realm in colors that made the heart sing with gratitude, and winter provided rest that restored both body and spirit. Yet these seasons were not the harsh transitions known in the mortal world. They flowed one into another like movements in a cosmic symphony, each note perfect, each pause precisely timed. The animals of the Blessed Isles were creatures of legend made real. Deer with antlers that seemed to be made of captured starlight grazed in meadows where predator and prey had forgotten their ancient enmity. Birds with feathers that shimmered like liquid jewels sang melodies that could heal heartbreak and inspire hope in the most despairing soul. Even the smallest creatures, the butterflies whose wings carried patterns of pure beauty, the fish that swam in streams of liquid light, seemed to understand that they were part of something greater than themselves. This was the world that existed before ambition and grief shattered paradise. This was the Blessed Isles in their full glory, a realm where every dawn brought new wonders, where every sunset painted the sky with promises of peace, where every breath drawn was a gift, and every moment lived was a blessing. It was a place where love was pure, and loss was unknown, where healing was always possible, and hope never failed. The guardians who protected this sacred realm were beings of immense power and infinite compassion. They had dedicated their existence to maintaining the delicate balance that allowed such perfection to exist. They understood that paradise was not a destination, but a constant choice, not a reward, but a responsibility. Every day they renewed their commitment to preserving this sanctuary, where life and death danced together in perfect harmony. Yet even as they celebrated the beauty of their world, the wisest among the guardians sometimes felt a tremor of unease. They knew that perfection by its very nature attracted those who would seek to claim it for themselves. They understood that the greater the light, the deeper the shadows it cast. In their ancient wisdom they recognized that the very purity of the Blessed Isles might one day become the instrument of their destruction. But those were thoughts for darker hours. In the gentle twilight of paradise, as the silver light of the Blessed Isles painted every surface with beauty beyond description, there was only peace. There was only the eternal dance of life and death in perfect balance, the whispered promises of the waters of life, and the absolute certainty that some things in the world were too beautiful to ever truly die. As we settle into the comfort of our evening's rest, perhaps we might wonder, what would it mean to live in a world where every moment was touched by grace, where every choice led toward greater harmony, in a realm where death held no fear and life held infinite promise? What dreams might bloom in hearts that had never known the weight of sorrow? Chapter 2. King Viego of Kamavore. Far from the gentle shores of the Blessed Isles, across treacherous seas that reflected the ambitions of mortal kingdoms, there rose a realm built upon conquest and crowned with pride. In the kingdom of Kamavore, where banners snapped in winds that carried the scent of iron and glory, a prince was born, who would one day bring paradise itself to its knees. Tonight, as we continue our journey through this tale of love transformed into devastation, let us turn our attention to the man whose grief would reshape the very nature of death. King Viego of Kamavore. Picture, if you will, a kingdom carved from the dreams of warriors, where every stone and every wall had been placed by hands that knew the weight of sword and shield. Kamavore stood as a testament to mortal ambition, its towers reaching toward the heavens, not in prayer, but in defiance. Each spire a declaration that here dwelt those who would bow to no power save their own will. The very air of this realm thrummed with the energy of conquest, thick with the determination of a people who believed that strength alone determined worth, that victory justified any price. Into this world of martial pride and relentless ambition came Viego, second-born son of a king, whose name has been lost to the tides of history. From his earliest days, the young prince existed in the shadow of his elder brother, a warrior of legendary skill who embodied every virtue that Kamavore held dear. Where the firstborn prince excelled in swordplay and strategy, Viego found himself drawn to softer pursuits, poetry, music, and the contemplation of beauty in all its forms. Where his brother inspired loyalty through strength and courage, Viego commanded attention through charm, and an almost hypnotic charisma that seemed to flow from his very being. The court of Kamavore watched the two princes with knowing eyes, recognizing in the elder the qualities of a true king, while viewing the younger with a mixture of affection and gentle disappointment. Viego was beautiful, there could be no doubt of that. His features seemed carved by an artist's loving hand, his voice carried the sweetness of honey and wine, and his presence could light up the darkest chamber. Yet beauty, however profound, was not the currency of power in a kingdom built upon the foundations of war. As the years passed and the princes grew toward manhood, Viego began to understand his place in the grand design of Kamavore's future. He would be the spare, the insurance against fate's cruel turns, forever destined to stand behind his brother's throne and smile at ceremonies where he could never be the central figure. This knowledge might have broken a lesser spirit, might have driven another man to envy or rebellion. Instead, it seemed to feed something darker within Viego's heart, a hunger for significance that grew stronger with each passing season. The young prince threw himself into the pursuit of pleasure with the same intensity that his brother devoted to martial excellence. Viego's chambers became a salon where artists and poets gathered, where wine flowed like water and conversation sparkled with wit and wisdom. He surrounded himself with beauty in all its forms, filling his world with tapestries that captured the light like frozen sunbeams, with music that could move the hardest heart to tears, with companions whose loyalty he purchased through charm and generosity. Yet beneath the surface of this carefully constructed paradise, something restless stirred within Viego's soul. He was a man who had never truly wanted for anything, never faced genuine hardship or meaningful challenge. The very ease of his existence had become a kind of prison, gilded and comfortable but confining nonetheless. He possessed everything a prince could desire, yet he felt as though he possessed nothing of real value, nothing that was truly his own. The court whispered that Viego was frivolous, that he lacked the steel necessary to rule a kingdom like Kamavore. They saw his love of beauty as weakness, his preference for pleasure over duty as a fundamental flaw in his character. What they failed to understand was that beneath his carefully maintained facade of carefree charm lay a capacity for obsession that ran deeper than any ocean, stronger than any storm. When Viego loved, he loved with every fiber of his being. When he desired something, that desire consumed him utterly. This intensity, hidden beneath layers of princely grace and cultivated sophistication, would prove to be both his greatest strength and his most terrible weakness. For a man who had never learned to accept limitation, who had never been forced to understand that some things in life were beyond his reach, the concept of permanent loss was utterly alien. The kingdom of Kamavore itself reflected the character of its ruling family. Built upon a foundation of military conquest, it was a realm where might made right, and the strong ruled over the weak without question or apology. The capital city rose from the landscape like a great fortress, its walls thick enough to withstand any siege, its towers tall enough to see enemies approaching from leagues away. Every street was straight and purposeful, every building constructed with function rather than beauty as the primary concern. The people of Kamavore were shaped by their kingdom's martial culture. They were a hardy folk, quick to anger and slow to forgive, yet capable of tremendous loyalty to those who earned their respect. They understood that life was a struggle, and that survival required strength, courage, and an unwillingness to surrender even in the face of overwhelming odds. They looked upon their royal family not as distant figures to be worshipped, but as the ultimate embodiment of their own values and aspirations. In this context, Viego's character represented something of an anomaly. His subjects respected his royal blood and his undeniable charisma, but they struggled to understand a prince who preferred the company of artists to warriors, who would rather spend an evening listening to music than planning military campaigns. They saw him as a figure of exotic fascination rather than natural authority, beautiful, but somehow separate from the harsh realities that governed their daily lives. The prince's relationship with his father, the old king, was complex and often strained. The monarch was a man who had built his reign upon the foundation of successful wars and territorial expansion. He understood power in its most direct form, the ability to impose one's will upon others through superior force. Viego's more subtle approach to influence, his reliance upon charm and manipulation rather than direct command, seemed to the old king like a weakness that could prove dangerous in a world where enemies gathered like wolves around every kingdom's borders. Yet even as he worried about his younger son's fitness for the harsh realities of rule, the king could not deny Viego's effectiveness within his chosen sphere. The prince had a gift for reading people, for understanding their desires and fears with an intuition that bordered on the supernatural. He could turn enemies into allies with a well-timed compliment, could diffuse tensions that might otherwise lead to bloodshed, could inspire devotion in those who served him that went far beyond mere duty. The tragedy that would reshape Viego's destiny came without warning, as such tragedies often do. During a routine border skirmish that should have been little more than an opportunity for the Crown Prince to demonstrate his military prowess, fate intervened with cruel precision. An enemy arrow, fired by a common soldier whose name would never be recorded in any history, found its mark in the one place where the prince's armor offered inadequate protection. In an instant, the heir to Kamavore's throne was transformed from living symbol of the kingdom's future into a memory that would haunt every corridor of the royal palace. The news reached Viego while he sat in his garden, listening to a poet recite verses about the eternal nature of beauty. The messenger, who brought word of his brother's death, found the prince surrounded by flowers that seemed to mock the very concept of mortality, their petals perfect and unmarked by time's passage. As the terrible truth settled into Viego's consciousness, something fundamental shifted within his heart. The world, which had always bent to his will through charm and persuasion, had revealed its capacity for absolute cruelty. Overnight, the second son became the heir. The spare became the center of the kingdom's hopes and fears. Courtiers who had once treated Viego with casual affection now approached him with the careful deference due to a future king. Advisors who had focused their attention on his brother's education suddenly found themselves tasked with preparing a prince who had never expected to rule for the responsibilities of the crown. Yet the most profound change was not in how others treated Viego, but in how he began to view himself and the world around him. The casual confidence that had carried him through his youth was replaced by something harder and more desperate, a determination that he would never again allow fate to steal from him what he held dear. The prince who had once accepted his secondary status with grace now became a man who would accept no limitation, no boundary, no force that dared to stand between him and his desires. The coronation of King Viego took place beneath skies gray with gathering storm clouds, as if the very heavens recognized that something had changed in the fundamental order of things. The crown that settled upon his brow was the same one that had graced the heads of his ancestors for generations, yet it seemed to transform him in ways that went beyond mere ceremony. Where once had stood a charming prince content to live in another's shadow, now sat a king who would cast shadows of his own across the entire world. In the early days of his reign, Viego threw himself into the business of kingship with an intensity that surprised even his most experienced advisors. He mastered the intricacies of statecraft with the same passion he had once reserved for poetry, approached military strategy with the fervor of a man determined to prove that he could excel in any sphere he chose to enter. His subjects, initially uncertain about their new ruler, began to see in him qualities they had not expected: a sharp intelligence, an iron will, and a capacity for decisive action that belied his previous reputation for frivolity. Yet those closest to the king began to notice subtle changes in his character that troubled them. The easy laughter that had once been Viego's trademark became rare, replaced by smiles that seemed calculated rather than genuine. The prince who had once delighted in surrounding himself with beauty began to view such things with a critical eye, as if measuring their worth against some internal standard that grew ever more demanding. Most concerning of all was the way King Viego began to speak about loss and limitation. Where once he had accepted the natural order of things with philosophical grace, he now seemed to view any constraint upon his desires as a personal challenge to be overcome. When advisors spoke of political realities or practical limitations, the king would listen with a patience that felt dangerous, as if he were filing away their words for future reference rather than accepting their wisdom. The kingdom of Kamavore prospered under Viego's rule, yet something indefinable had changed in its character. The realm remained strong and proud, its armies victorious and its borders secure, but observers noted a restless energy in the court, a sense that their king was searching for something that the ordinary business of ruling could never provide. In his private moments, Viego could be found staring toward the horizon, with eyes that seemed to see beyond the visible world, as if he were contemplating possibilities that existed far beyond the reach of conventional ambition. As we settle into the gentle rhythm of evening's approach, perhaps we might consider the nature of destiny and desire. In a world where second sons must sometimes become kings, where tragedy can transform a life in a single moment, what seeds of future sorrow might lie hidden within a heart that has learned to view love as conquest and loss as simply another enemy to be defeated. Chapter 3. The Love of Isolda. In the halls of power where kings shape the fate of nations, love often arrives wearing the mask of political convenience, dressed in the careful negotiations of alliance and advantage. Yet sometimes, in the space between one heartbeat and the next, destiny chooses to write a different story entirely. Tonight, as we continue our journey through the tale that would transform paradise into nightmare, let us explore the moment when King Viego's carefully ordered world encountered a force more powerful than any army, more devastating than any war. The overwhelming, all-consuming passion he would come to feel for a seamstress named Isolda. Picture the great throne room of Kamavore during the height of Viego's reign, its vaulted ceilings echoing with the measured cadence of royal business. Petitioners came and went with their requests and grievances. Nobles presented their daughters in hopes of securing royal favor, and ambassadors from distant kingdoms spoke in careful phrases about treaties and trade agreements. Yet, through all the pageantry and protocol of kingship, Viego moved with the practiced grace of a man playing a role he had mastered, but never truly embraced. The king's advisors had long pressed him to consider marriage, understanding that the stability of the realm required an heir, and that the right alliance could strengthen Kamavore's position among the neighboring kingdoms. They presented him with portraits of eligible princesses, each more beautiful and accomplished than the last, each representing an opportunity to bind powerful families to the throne through bonds of matrimony. Yet Viego received these proposals with a polite indifference that frustrated his counselors, and left foreign courts wondering what manner of king would turn away from such advantageous matches. What his advisors failed to understand was that Viego had already learned to view most human connections through the lens of utility and manipulation. He had spent years surrounded by those who sought his favor for their own purposes, who offered friendship as a pathway to advancement and love as a currency to be traded for influence. The prince-turned-king had grown adept at reading the calculations behind every smile, the ambition hidden within every declaration of devotion. It was into this world of careful artifice and calculated charm that Isolde entered, not as a noblewoman seeking advantage or a foreign princess offering alliance, but as something far more dangerous, a person whose presence seemed to strip away every defense Viego had built around his heart. She came to court as part of a delegation from one of Kamavore's vassal territories, accompanying her master who had been commissioned to create ceremonial garments for an upcoming festival celebrating the kingdom's military victories. Isolde herself was not the master craftsman but his most skilled assistant, a young woman whose talent with needle and thread had earned her a reputation that extended far beyond her humble origins. She possessed a gift that transcended mere technical skill, the ability to weave stories into fabric, to capture emotions in the drape of a sleeve, or the pattern of embroidered flowers. When Isolde worked, it was as if she poured her very soul into every stitch, creating garments that seemed to glow with an inner life of their own. The first time Viego saw her, she was kneeling in one of the castle's lesser chambers, surrounded by bolts of silk and velvet that caught the afternoon light, like captured rainbows. Her head was bent over her work in concentration, so complete that she seemed unaware of the world around her, her fingers moving with the sure precision of someone who had found their true calling in life. The king, who had entered the room to inspect the progress of his ceremonial robes, found himself stopping in the doorway, as if struck by some invisible force. What drew him was not merely her beauty, though Isolda possessed a loveliness that seemed to emanate from within, rather than simply existing on the surface. Her dark hair fell in waves that caught the light with every movement of her head. Her skin held the warm glow of someone who had spent time in sunlight and fresh air, and her eyes, when she finally looked up to meet his gaze, held depths that suggested a richness of spirit that no amount of royal education could manufacture. But it was more than physical attraction that seized Viego's attention in that moment. It was the way Isolda moved through her work with a joy that seemed genuine, untainted by ambition or calculation. It was the soft humming that drifted from her lips as she worked, melodies that spoke of contentment and peace. It was the complete absence of that careful deference he had grown so weary of seeing in every face that turned toward him. When Isolde finally became aware of his presence, and rose to offer the proper courtesies due to a king, Viego found himself studying her with an intensity that made his guards shift uncomfortably. Here was someone who seemed genuinely unimpressed by his crown and title, who looked at him with curious interest rather than calculated flattery. When she spoke, her voice carried the clear, unaffected tones of someone who had never learned to disguise her thoughts behind courtly phrases. Their first conversation was brief and seemingly insignificant. A few words about the work she was doing, a comment about the quality of the silk she was using, a question about her techniques and training. Yet Viego found himself lingering in that chamber, long after royal business should have called him elsewhere, drawn by something in Isolde's manner that he had never encountered before. She treated him not as a king to be feared or flattered, but simply as another person whose interest in her craft she was pleased to share. In the days that followed, the king found excuses to visit the chambers where the ceremonial garments were being created. He told himself that he was simply ensuring the quality of work being done in his name, that a ruler had every right to inspect the craftsmanship that would represent his kingdom at important ceremonies. Yet his guards noticed that these inspections grew longer and more frequent, and the servants whispered about the way their king's entire demeanor seemed to change when he was in the seamstress's presence. Isolde, for her part, seemed genuinely pleased by the king's interest in her work. She spoke to him about the symbolism she was weaving into his robes, explaining how certain patterns were meant to represent the strength and honor of Kamavore, how specific colors had been chosen to complement his complexion and bearing. There was an artistry in her explanations that revealed a mind both creative and intelligent, someone who understood that clothing was more than mere decoration. It was a form of communication, a way of telling stories without words. As their conversations grew longer and more personal, Viego began to see in Isolda everything that his life had lacked. Where his world was filled with artifice and calculation, she offered genuineness and simplicity. Where he was surrounded by those who sought to use him for their own advancement, she seemed content simply to share her passion for her craft. Where his existence had become a carefully choreographed performance, she moved through life with a natural grace that needed no rehearsal. The transformation in the king did not go unnoticed by his court. Advisors who had grown accustomed to Viego's controlled demeanor found themselves dealing with a ruler whose attention seemed constantly divided, whose thoughts appeared to drift toward matters that had nothing to do with statecraft or military strategy. The careful schedules that had governed the king's days began to bend around his desire to spend time in the crafting chambers, and more than one important meeting was postponed when Viego became absorbed in watching Isolde work. What the court failed to understand was that in Isolde's presence, Viego felt as though he had discovered a part of himself that had been missing since childhood. The prince who had learned to charm and manipulate found that he no longer needed such skills. Isolde's affection could not be purchased or commanded, only earned through genuine attention and honest conversation. For a man who had spent years wondering if anyone could truly care for him rather than his crown, the seamstress's obvious pleasure in his company was intoxicating. Isolde, too, began to change as their relationship deepened. The quiet contentment that had characterized her work gave way to something brighter and more vibrant. She began to incorporate new elements into her designs, patterns that seemed to dance with life, colors that shifted and flowed like captured music. Her fellow craftsmen noticed that she hummed different melodies now, songs that spoke of joy and anticipation rather than simple peace. The love that grew between them was unlike anything either had experienced before. For Viego, it was the first emotion he had felt that seemed to exist purely for its own sake. untainted by considerations of power or advantage. For Isolde, it was a connection that seemed to illuminate every aspect of her existence, making even the most mundane tasks seem touched with magic. They moved through their days with the glow of those who have discovered something precious and rare, something that makes the rest of the world seem both more beautiful and less important. Yet even in the depths of his happiness, there were signs of the obsession that would ultimately destroy them both. Viego's love for Isolde carried within it the same intensity that characterized every aspect of his nature. When he loved completely, possessively, with a fervor that left no room for moderation or restraint. He began to arrange his entire existence around her presence, canceling royal obligations to spend time watching her work, moving court functions to times when she would be free to attend them. The seamstress became the center of his universe, in a way that was both beautiful and dangerous. Viego would sit for hours simply watching Isolde's hands move across fabric, memorizing the way light played across her features when she concentrated, treasuring every word she spoke, as if it were poetry of the highest order. His love was pure in its intensity, yet there was something desperate about it, as if he feared that this perfect happiness might somehow be stolen from him. Isolda, for her part, was both flattered and sometimes overwhelmed by the depth of Viego's devotion. She had never been loved with such focused intensity, never been the center of someone's world in such a complete way. While she returned his affection genuinely and completely, there were moments when she seemed to sense the dangerous edge that ran beneath his passionate declarations, the possessiveness that lurked behind his tender gestures. Their wedding was a celebration that lasted for days, transforming the martial kingdom of Kamavore into a realm of music and laughter. The ceremony itself was a masterpiece of both pageantry and genuine emotion, with Isolde wearing robes of her own creation that seemed to capture the very essence of joy and love. As they exchanged vows before the assembled nobility and common folk alike, it seemed as though the entire kingdom had been touched by the magic of their connection. In the early months of their marriage, Viego and Isolde existed in a bubble of perfect happiness that seemed to touch everything around them. The king ruled with a wisdom and compassion that surprised even his most experienced advisors, while the queen brought a warmth and accessibility to the court that had been missing for generations. They were partners in the truest sense, complementing each other's strengths and covering each other's weaknesses. Yet beneath the surface of this perfect happiness, the seeds of tragedy were already taking root. Viego's love for his queen was so complete, so all-consuming, that it left no room for anything else in his heart. He began to see threats where none existed, to interpret any attention paid to Isolde by others as a potential challenge to his claim upon her affections. The king, who had once been able to read people with supernatural accuracy, now saw only rivals and dangers in every face that turned toward his beloved. As we draw our evening's contemplation to a close, perhaps we might consider the nature of love and obsession, the thin line that separates devotion from possession. In a world where kings command armies and reshape nations, what happens when such power becomes focused entirely upon a single precious heart? Can love be too complete, too perfect, too consuming for this imperfect world to contain? Chapter 4. The Poisoned Blade. In the quiet hours before dawn, when shadows hold their deepest secrets and fate prepares to write its cruelest chapters, tragedy often wears the mask of an ordinary day. The morning that would shatter King Viego's world began like countless others, with sunlight streaming through the palace windows and the gentle sounds of a kingdom awakening to another day of peace and prosperity. Yet hidden within those peaceful hours lay a darkness that would transform love into obsession, devotion into madness, and paradise itself into a realm of eternal sorrow. Picture the royal chambers of Kamavore on that fateful morning, where King Viego and Queen Isolda moved through their daily rituals with the comfortable grace of those who had found perfect harmony in each other's presence. The king sat at his writing desk, reviewing correspondence from distant provinces, while his beloved worked nearby at her embroidery frame, creating patterns of such exquisite beauty that they seemed to capture fragments of starlight within their threads. The morning light that filtered through the tall windows bathed them both in a golden glow, creating a scene of domestic tranquility that spoke of enduring love and unshakable peace. Isolde hummed softly as she worked, melodies that seemed to flow from her heart directly into the air around them, transforming the very atmosphere of the chamber into something magical. Her needle moved with the practiced precision of a master craftsman, yet there was something almost meditative about her movements, as if she were not merely creating art but weaving dreams into tangible form. Every few moments, she would glance up at her husband with eyes that held such pure affection that it seemed to make the air itself shimmer with warmth. Viego, for his part, found himself constantly distracted from his official duties by the simple pleasure of watching his queen at work. He had arranged his schedule so that these morning hours belonged entirely to them, free from the demands of court and council, from the endless parade of petitioners and advisors who required his attention. In these precious moments, he was not a king but simply a man deeply in love, content to exist in the gentle radiance of his beloved's presence. The kingdom of Kamavore had flourished under their joint reign in ways that surprised even the most optimistic observers. Isolde's influence had brought a softness to the martial realm, tempering its warrior culture with appreciation for art and beauty. The queen had established workshops where craftsmen could perfect their skills, had commissioned great works of art to adorn the palace walls, and had created gardens where even the humblest citizens could come to find peace and inspiration. Her presence had transformed Kamavore from a kingdom known primarily for its military might into a realm that balanced strength with grace. Yet this very prosperity had bred resentment in certain quarters. There were those among the nobility who viewed the changes with suspicion, who saw Isolde's influence as a weakening of the traditional values that had made Kamavore strong. They whispered in dark corners about a king grown soft, about a foreign queen who had corrupted the pure warrior spirit of their ancestors. Most dangerous of all were those who remembered the old ways with nostalgia, who believed that only through constant conflict could a kingdom maintain its edge. The conspiracy that would shatter their perfect world had been brewing for months in the shadows of the court, fed by jealousy, ambition, and a twisted interpretation of patriotic duty. The conspirators convinced themselves that they were acting to save Kamavore from weakness, that by removing the queen's influence, they could restore the kingdom to its former glory. They spoke of sacrifice and necessity, of hard choices that must be made for the greater good, never acknowledging the evil that lay at the heart of their plans. The weapon they chose for their terrible purpose was not a sword or spear, instruments that carried honor even in violence, but poison, the tool of cowards and assassins. They had obtained their deadly substance from sources that dealt in death and suffering, a toxin so virulent that even the smallest amount could kill within hours. Yet they were careful in their planning, knowing that a direct assault upon the queen would bring swift and terrible retribution upon their heads. Their opportunity came during a formal reception, held to celebrate a trade agreement with a neighboring kingdom. The great hall of the palace had been transformed into a wonderland of music and light, with hundreds of candles casting dancing shadows upon walls hung with Isolde's finest tapestries. The queen moved through the gathering like a graceful spirit, speaking with guests in her warm, engaging manner, her presence turning what might have been a merely formal occasion into something genuinely joyful. Viego watched his beloved with pride and adoration, marveling at her ability to make everyone she met feel valued and important. He had positioned himself near the throne, so that he could observe the entire gathering, his guards arrayed in careful formation to ensure the safety of all present. The king felt a deep contentment as he watched his kingdom's nobility mingle with foreign dignitaries, all united in their obvious appreciation for the queen's grace and charm. The assassin moved through the crowd with practiced skill, his appearance so unremarkable that even trained guards overlooked him as he made his way steadily toward his target. He carried his weapon concealed within what appeared to be a ceremonial gift, a small decorative dagger whose blade had been coated with the deadliest poison known to man. His plan was simple: approach the king during the height of the celebration, present his gift with appropriate ceremony, and strike before anyone could react. Yet as the moment of action arrived, something unexpected occurred. Perhaps it was the warmth of Isolde's smile as she passed near the assassin, or the genuine kindness in her voice as she greeted him among the other guests. Perhaps it was simply the recognition that she was an innocent caught up in the bitter politics of ambitious men. Whatever the cause, when the moment came to act, the assassin found his resolve wavering, his hand trembling as he approached the royal couple. It was then that fate intervened with its characteristic cruel precision. As the assassin hesitated, his nervousness obvious to anyone who cared to look, one of the royal guards noticed his suspicious behavior and began to move toward him. Panicking, the assassin abandoned his careful plan and lunged forward with his poisoned blade, not toward the king as originally intended, but toward the nearest target, Queen Isolda herself. The next few moments unfolded with the terrible clarity that often accompanies great tragedy. Viego saw the blade coming toward his beloved and moved without thought, driven by an instinct deeper than reason. Yet even as he lunged forward to intercept the attack, Isolda saw the danger to her husband and acted with equal speed. In a gesture that would haunt Viego for eternity, she threw herself between the assassin's blade and the man she loved, taking the poisoned steel deep into her own body. The great hall erupted into chaos as the queen collapsed, the deadly weapon still protruding from her chest. Guards swarmed over the assassin, who offered no resistance, his face a mask of horror at what he had done. Noble guests screamed and fled toward the exits, while servants rushed forward with bandages and healing supplies. Yet through all the confusion and terror, Viego saw only Isolda, his beloved queen, lying motionless upon the marble floor, her beautiful gown slowly staining crimson with her life's blood. The king dropped to his knees beside his wife, his hands shaking as he gathered her into his arms. For a moment, hope flickered in his heart as her eyes opened and focused upon his face. She smiled then, that same gentle, loving expression that had captivated him from their first meeting, and reached up to touch his cheek with fingers that seemed to burn with fever. "My love," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the chaos surrounding them. "Do not grieve for me. This pain will pass. But our love is eternal." Those were the last words Queen Isolda ever spoke. Even as Viego held her against his chest, calling desperately for the court physicians, he could feel the life ebbing from her body. The poison worked with horrible efficiency, stealing her breath, dimming the light in her eyes, transforming the vibrant woman who had been the center of his universe into a still, silent form that bore only the faintest resemblance to the person he had adored. The physicians who rushed to the queen's aid could do nothing but confirm what Viego's heart already knew. The poison that had claimed Isolde's life was of a type unknown to their healing arts, a substance so deadly that no antidote existed within the bounds of mortal knowledge. They spoke in hushed, professional tones about toxins and time, about the brave queen's sacrifice and the swift nature of her passing, but their words fell upon ears that heard only the terrible silence where once had been the sound of his beloved's breathing. In the hours that followed, as the palace settled into shocked mourning and the conspirators were dragged away to face the king's justice, Viego remained kneeling beside Isolde's body. Servants came and went. Guards maintained their vigil. Advisors whispered urgent counsel about the need for proper funeral arrangements. Yet the king seemed to exist in a world apart from all such earthly concerns. He held his queen's lifeless hand and spoke to her as if she could still hear him, making promises and declarations that grew more desperate with each passing hour. The grief that settled upon King Viego was unlike anything the court had ever witnessed. It was not the clean sorrow of a man mourning a loss, but something darker and more dangerous, a refusal to accept that death could claim what he held most dear. As the first night without Isolde stretched toward dawn, those who watched the king began to understand that something fundamental had broken within him, something that all the crown's power and all the kingdom's wealth could never repair. The funeral preparations began with all the pomp and ceremony due to a beloved queen, yet Viego moved through these arrangements like a man in a dream. He insisted upon personally overseeing every detail, from the selection of Isolde's burial gown to the flowers that would adorn her tomb. Yet there was something unsettling about his attention to these matters, as if he were planning not for a final farewell but for some impossible reunion. The advisors who had served Viego faithfully through his reign watched with growing alarm as their king's grief transformed into something that bordered on madness. He spent hours beside Isolde's body, speaking to her with an intensity that suggested he expected answers to his desperate questions. He refused to eat or sleep, existing solely upon the hope that somehow, through force of will alone, he could call her spirit back from whatever realm claimed the dead. As the days passed and the time for burial approached, whispers began to circulate through the palace about the king's increasingly erratic behavior. Some spoke of strange visitors who came to the castle under cover of darkness, practitioners of arts that dwelt in the shadowy spaces between healing and sorcery. Others told of ancient texts being consulted, of messengers dispatched to distant lands in search of knowledge that the court scholars insisted did not exist. Yet through all his desperate searching, all his consultations with wise men and charlatans alike, one possibility began to dominate Viego's thoughts with increasing force. Far across the treacherous seas, beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, lay the fabled Blessed Isles, a realm where death itself was said to hold no dominion, where the waters of life could restore any who had passed beyond the veil. It was there, in that mythical paradise, that the king began to believe his salvation lay. As we settle into the gentle embrace of evening's close, perhaps we might consider the nature of love and loss, the terrible moment when the heart's deepest treasure is torn away by forces beyond our control. In a world where kings command nations and bend others to their will, what happens when the one thing that matters most proves beyond the reach of any earthly power? How does the soul respond when love itself becomes the source of infinite pain? Chapter 5. The Journey to the Blessed Isles. When grief transforms from sorrow into obsession, when love becomes a force that recognizes no law save its own desperate desire, even the impossible begins to seem merely difficult. In the dark chambers of his palace, where shadows seem to echo with memories of laughter now forever silenced, King Viego of Kamavore made a decision that would reshape the very nature of death itself. Tonight, as we continue our journey through this tale of love transformed into catastrophe, let us follow the grieving king as he abandons his kingdom and sets forth across treacherous seas, toward a realm that existed beyond the reach of mortal understanding. Picture Viego in the weeks following Isolde's death, moving through his royal duties like a man walking in his sleep. The kingdom that had once seemed so vibrant under their joint rule now felt hollow and meaningless, every familiar sight serving only to remind him of what he had lost. The throne room where they had held court together became unbearable. The gardens where she had walked felt cursed, and even the chambers where she had worked at her embroidery seemed to mock him with their emptiness. The king who had once ruled with wisdom and compassion now made decisions with the distracted air of someone whose thoughts dwelt entirely in the past. His advisors watched with growing alarm as their once decisive ruler became consumed by a single, all-encompassing purpose: the practical business of governing Kamavore, managing the treasury, commanding the armies, maintaining diplomatic relations. All became secondary to Viego's desperate research into the legends and myths surrounding the Blessed Isles. Ancient scrolls were brought from the deepest vaults of the royal library, scholars were summoned from distant universities, and travelers were questioned about any knowledge they might possess of the mythical realm where death was said to hold no power. The more Viego learned about the Blessed Isles, the more convinced he became that salvation lay within their sacred borders. Every fragment of lore, every whispered legend, every half-remembered tale spoke of waters of life that could restore any who had passed beyond the veil of mortality. The rational part of his mind, the part that had once made him an effective ruler, recognized these stories as myths and fantasies. Yet the broken heart that now governed his every action seized upon these tales as gospel truth, as promises that his beloved could be returned to him, if only he possessed the courage to claim what was rightfully his. The preparations for his expedition began in secret, conducted with the same obsessive attention to detail that Viego had once devoted to affairs of state. He could not simply abandon his kingdom openly. Such an act would invite rebellion from ambitious nobles and invasion from enemy nations. Instead, he began to delegate more and more authority to his most trusted advisors, claiming the need for extended mourning as justification for his withdrawal from public life. Those closest to the king understood that something fundamental had changed in their ruler, yet none dared to question his judgment directly. The selection of his expedition force proved to be a delicate matter. Viego could not take the entire royal army without leaving Kamavore defenseless, yet he knew that the journey to the Blessed Isles would require protection from both natural dangers and supernatural guardians. He chose his companions carefully, the most loyal knights who had served the crown for decades, soldiers whose devotion to their king outweighed their attachment to their homeland, and a few trusted advisors who possessed knowledge of ancient lore and forgotten magics. Most precious of all his preparations was the careful preservation of Isolda's body. Using arts that dwelt in the shadowy spaces between healing and necromancy, the court's most skilled embalmers and physicians worked to ensure that the queen's physical form would survive the long journey ahead. They surrounded her with preserving crystals, wrapped her in cloths treated with exotic substances, and placed her within a specially constructed casket that would protect her from the ravages of time and decay. To Viego, these preparations were not the work of a madman, but the careful planning of a devoted husband preparing for his wife's resurrection. The night of departure arrived with storm clouds gathering on the horizon, as if the very heavens recognized the magnitude of what was about to unfold. Under cover of darkness, while most of the kingdom slept, Viego's expedition made its way to the harbor, where ships waited with supplies and provisions for the journey ahead. The king himself bore Isolda's casket, refusing to allow any other hands to touch his precious burden, his face set in lines of determination that spoke of absolute resolve. The fleet that set sail from Kamavore's shores was unlike any that had ever left those waters. These were not ships of conquest or trade, but vessels driven by a single man's desperate love and impossible hope. The royal banner flew from the flagship's mast, yet this was no official expedition sanctioned by crown and council. It was the private crusade of a king who had abandoned reason in favor of faith, logic in favor of love. The early days of the voyage passed with deceptive calm, the ships making steady progress across familiar waters toward the edge of the known world. Viego spent these hours standing at the prow of his flagship, his eyes fixed upon the horizon, as if he could will their destination to appear through sheer force of desire. Behind him, carefully secured in the ship's most protected cabin, lay Isolda's casket, watched over by guards who understood that their lives were forfeit if any harm came to their precious cargo. As they sailed beyond the well-traveled shipping lanes into waters that appeared on no mortal chart, the expedition began to encounter signs that they were entering a realm governed by laws different from those of the ordinary world. The sea itself seemed to change color, shifting from the familiar blue-green of coastal waters to deeper, more mysterious hues that spoke of profound depths and ancient secrets. The stars above them arranged themselves in patterns that no navigator recognized, and the compass needles began to spin wildly as if the very concept of direction had lost its meaning. Strange creatures began to appear in the waters around the ships, beings that seemed to exist at the boundary between the physical world and the realm of spirits. Some were beautiful beyond description, with forms that shifted and flowed like living light, while others carried an aura of such profound sadness that hardened sailors found themselves weeping without understanding why. These entities did not attack the fleet, but neither did they ignore it. They followed at a distance, as if drawn by some quality in the expedition that they recognized but could not fully comprehend. The first true challenge came when the ships encountered a wall of mist that stretched from the surface of the sea to the highest reaches of the sky. This was no ordinary fog, but something far more substantial. a barrier that seemed to possess intelligence and purpose. As the flagship approached this ethereal wall, voices began to echo from within its depths, whispers of warning, pleas to turn back, and sorrowful lamentations that spoke of great tragedy ahead. Viego's nights grew uneasy as the voices from the mist grew stronger and more insistent. These were not the random sounds of wind and wave, but deliberate communications from beings who dwelt within the barrier itself. They spoke of sacred boundaries that should not be crossed, of powers too dangerous for mortal minds to comprehend, of consequences that would extend far beyond any single person's desires. Yet, when his men looked to their king for guidance, they saw only cold determination in his eyes, a resolve that would not be swayed by warnings or threats. The passage through the mist was a journey into nightmare and wonder combined. The very air around the ship seemed to thicken, making each breath an effort and each movement a struggle against some invisible resistance. Shadows moved within the gray walls that surrounded them, shapes that might have been human figures or might have been something else entirely, reaching out with ghostly hands as if to drag the living into their ethereal realm. The temperature dropped until ice began to form on the rigging, yet this cold seemed to emanate not from the air but from the proximity of powers that mortal flesh was never meant to encounter. Through it all, Viego stood unmoved at his ship's prow, his hands gripping the rail with such force that his knuckles showed white as bone. When his knights spoke of turning back, when even his most loyal advisors questioned the wisdom of continuing forward, the king's response was always the same. They would press on until they reached their destination, no matter what barriers stood in their way. His love for Isolda had become something beyond human emotion, transformed into a force of nature that would not be denied. The emergence from the mist felt like being born into a new world entirely. The waters around the ships suddenly became calm as glass, reflecting a sky of such perfect clarity that it seemed almost artificial in its beauty. The sun above them shone with a light that was somehow different from the illumination they had known in the mortal world, gentler yet more penetrating, warming not just the body, but something deeper within the soul. And there, rising from the crystalline waters ahead of them like a vision from the most beautiful dream, lay the Blessed Isles. The sight that greeted Viego's expedition was everything the legends had promised, and more. Islands of impossible beauty stretched across the horizon, their shores lined with trees whose leaves seemed to be cut from emeralds and silver. Waterfalls cascaded from towering cliffs in ribbons of liquid light, and the very air shimmered with an energy that spoke of life in its purest, most concentrated form. This was paradise made manifest, a realm where the normal laws of decay and death held no dominion. Yet even as the ships approached these magnificent shores, new voices began to reach them, not the warning whispers of the mist, but clear, musical tones that carried authority and power. The guardians of the Blessed Isles had become aware of the mortal fleet's approach, and they were not pleased by what they sensed in the hearts of these unexpected visitors. These were beings of immense wisdom and power, entities who had dedicated their existence to protecting the sacred balance that allowed such perfection to exist. The first guardian to appear did so with a majesty that made even Viego's battle-hardened knights fall to their knees in awe. Rising from the waters themselves came a figure of ethereal beauty, neither fully human nor entirely spirit, but something that partook of both natures in perfect harmony. Its voice carried the weight of ages when it spoke, addressing the mortal king with a mixture of compassion and stern warning. These were beings of immense wisdom and power, entities who had dedicated their existence to protecting the sacred balance that allowed such perfection to exist. The first guardian to appear did so with a majesty that made even Viego's battle-hardened knights fall to their knees in awe. Rising from the waters themselves came a figure of ethereal beauty, neither fully human nor entirely spirit, but something that partook of both natures in perfect harmony. Its voice carried the weight of ages when it spoke, addressing the mortal king with a mixture of compassion and stern warning. "Turn back, child of sorrow," the guardian intoned, its words seeming to resonate from the very air around them. What you seek cannot be claimed by force or demanded by right. The gifts of the Blessed Isles are given freely to those who understand their true nature, but never to those who would take what was never meant to be taken. Viego's response revealed the depth of the transformation that grief had worked upon his character. Where once he might have listened to wisdom and considered the consequences of his actions, now he saw only another obstacle standing between him and his heart's desire. His reply carried all the authority of a king, accustomed to having his will obeyed, yet it was tinged with the desperation of a man who had staked everything upon a single, impossible hope. "I am King Viego of Kamavore," he declared, his voice carrying across the water with unnatural clarity. "I have come to claim what is mine by right of love. My queen lies dead through treachery, and I will see her restored to life. Stand aside, and I will trouble your realm no further. Oppose me, and learn that there is no force in heaven or earth that can stand between a man and the woman he loves." The guardian's response was one of profound sadness rather than anger, as if it recognized in Viego's words the echo of countless other tragedies that had unfolded throughout the ages. Yet beneath that sorrow lay an absolute resolve, a determination to protect the sacred balance that allowed the Blessed Isles to exist in their perfect state. "Love that demands is not love but possession," the guardian replied, its words carrying the weight of eternal truth. "Love that would destroy to preserve, that would corrupt to restore, that would drag paradise itself into darkness for the sake of a single heart. This is not the love that heals, but the love that wounds. We cannot permit what you seek, child of sorrow. We will not allow our sacred trust to be violated by grief, however pure its origin." The battle lines were drawn not with swords and spears, but with opposing philosophies, conflicting understandings of love's true nature. On one side stood the guardians of the Blessed Isles, beings of wisdom and power, who understood that some things were too sacred to be violated, even by the most noble intentions. On the other stood a broken king and his loyal followers, driven by a love so intense that it had transcended morality and reason, becoming something that would accept no limitation and recognize no authority save its own desperate need. As the sun began to set over the crystalline waters of paradise, painting the sky in colors that seemed to exist nowhere else in creation, the final confrontation that would reshape the nature of death itself drew near. In his heart, Viego knew that he stood at a crossroads that would determine not only his own fate, but the fate of countless others. Yet the knowledge brought him no hesitation, no moment of doubt or reconsideration. He had come too far, and sacrificed too much to turn back now. As we draw this evening's tale toward its gentle close, perhaps we might consider the nature of love and its boundaries, the moment when devotion becomes obsession, and when the desire to preserve leads to destruction. In a world where even paradise has its guardians, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? Can any love, however pure its beginning, justify the violation of the sacred trust that protects all existence from chaos? Chapter 6. The Waters of Life. In the heart of paradise, where creation itself had carved chambers of living crystal to hold the most sacred waters in all existence, a moment approached that would transform the very nature of life and death throughout Runeterra. The confrontation between King Viego's desperate love and the ancient guardians of the Blessed Isles had reached its climax, with forces gathering that would determine whether wisdom or obsession would triumph in this ultimate test of will. Tonight, as we witness the moment when paradise began its fall, let us observe how even the purest intentions can become the source of infinite corruption when love loses sight of love's true nature. Picture the great cavern that housed the waters of life, a natural cathedral carved from crystal so pure it seemed to be made of captured starlight. The walls rose in graceful arcs toward a ceiling that disappeared into luminous mist, their surfaces reflecting and refracting the gentle radiance that emanated from the sacred pool at the chamber's heart. Here, in this most holy of sanctuaries, the fundamental forces of existence had pooled together over countless millennia, creating a repository of life energy so concentrated that it could restore any who had passed beyond death's veil. The waters themselves defied easy description, for they partook of both physical and spiritual nature in ways that mortal minds struggled to comprehend. They appeared to be liquid light, flowing and shifting with currents that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the heartbeat of creation itself. Colors that had no names in any earthly tongue danced within their depths, while harmonies too beautiful for human ears to fully process echoed from their gentle movements. This was not merely water blessed by divine power. This was the very essence of life given tangible form. The guardians who protected this sacred space stood arrayed around the chamber's perimeter, beings of such profound beauty and power that their mere presence transformed the air itself into something that sang with ethereal music. They had watched over these waters since the dawn of time, understanding their awesome responsibility as protectors of the balance between life and death. Never in all their endless vigil had they been forced to deny access to someone in genuine need, for none had ever come to this place with intentions that were not pure, until now. King Viego entered the crystal chamber like a man walking in a dream, his eyes fixed upon the luminous pool with an intensity that made the very air around him seem to crackle with desperate energy. In his arms he bore Isolde's casket, holding his precious burden with a gentleness that contrasted sharply with the violence he had been forced to employ to reach this sacred place. The battle with the guardians had been brief but terrible, with the king's grief-driven determination proving stronger than their ancient wisdom. Now, bloodied but unbowed, he approached the culmination of his impossible quest. Behind him came the remnants of his expedition, knights whose loyalty had carried them through horrors that would have broken lesser men, advisors whose devotion to their king had overcome their fear of violating the most sacred laws of existence. They bore the wounds of their passage through Paradise's defenses, yet their eyes remained fixed upon their sovereign with the absolute faith of those who had staked everything upon a single desperate hope. The guardian who spoke for all the others appeared before Viego as he reached the pool's edge, manifesting from the crystalline air with a radiance that momentarily filled the entire chamber with light brighter than the sun. Its voice carried the weight of cosmic authority when it made one final attempt to prevent the catastrophe that it could see approaching with terrible clarity. "Child of sorrow, do not take this final step," the guardian pleaded, its words resonating through dimensions beyond the merely physical. "The waters of life are not meant for this purpose. They heal and restore within the natural order, but what you seek would tear that order asunder. Your beloved's time had come. Her death was not a tragedy to be undone, but a transition to be honored. To drag her spirit back from its rightful rest would wound not only her, but the very fabric of existence itself." Viego's response revealed the complete transformation that grief had worked upon his character. Where once had stood a wise king capable of listening to counsel and considering consequences, now there remained only a broken man whose love had become an obsession that recognized no law save its own desperate hunger. "You speak of order and natural law, as if such things matter when measured against love," the king replied, his voice carrying a dangerous quiet that made even the ancient guardians step back. "I am not here to debate philosophy or accept limitations imposed by beings who have never known the pain of losing what they treasure most. I am here to reclaim my queen, and no power in this realm or any other will prevent me from doing what love demands." With these words, Viego knelt beside the sacred pool and began to lower Isolde's casket toward the luminous waters. The guardians cried out in voices that seemed to shake the very foundations of paradise itself, yet they found themselves powerless to intervene. The king's determination had transcended mere mortal will, becoming something so absolute that it created its own terrible momentum. The moment Isolde's preserved form touched the waters of life, the chamber filled with energies that had never before been witnessed in all the long history of the Blessed Isles. The pool began to churn and boil, its gentle currents becoming a maelstrom of conflicting forces as the natural order struggled against this fundamental violation of its deepest laws. Light and shadow battled within the crystalline depths, while harmonies of creation clashed with discordant notes that spoke of corruption and decay. For an instant that stretched toward eternity, it seemed as though love might indeed triumph over death itself. Color returned to Isolde's pale cheeks. Warmth flowed through limbs that had been cold for so long, and her eyes fluttered open to gaze upon the face of the man who had moved heaven and earth to restore her to life. In that moment, Viego felt a joy so pure and complete that it seemed to wash away all the pain and darkness of recent months. "My beloved," Isolde whispered, her voice carrying the sweetness that had first captured his heart so many years before. "You came for me." Yet even as Viego reached out to embrace his restored queen, something went terribly wrong. The corruption that his violation of the sacred order had introduced into the waters of life began to spread like poison through a pure stream. The radiance that had always emanated from the pool took on darker hues, while the music of creation became a discordant wail that spoke of fundamental damage to the cosmic balance. Isolde herself began to change in ways that filled Viego with horror. The warmth in her eyes flickered and dimmed, replaced by something cold and alien that bore no resemblance to the woman he had loved. Her skin, which had momentarily regained its living glow, began to pale once more, yet this was not the peaceful pallor of death, but something far more disturbing, a sickly luminescence that spoke of existence trapped between life and death, belonging fully to neither. "What have you done?" she asked, her voice now carrying undertones that made the crystal walls themselves seem to weep. "What have you done to me, my love?" "I was at peace. I was free, and now I am trapped in this terrible space between what was and what should never be." The guardians watched in growing horror as the corruption spread from the defiled pool throughout the sacred chamber. The crystal walls began to crack and darken, their pure radiance tainted by shadows that seemed to move with malevolent purpose. The very air became thick with an energy that spoke of wrongness, of fundamental laws violated beyond any hope of repair. "The balance is broken," one of the guardians cried, its voice filled with anguish that echoed through dimensions beyond counting. "The sacred trust has been violated. The waters of life have become the source of undeath, and the corruption spreads even now throughout our realm." Viego, lost in his desperate attempt to hold on to his transformed queen, seemed oblivious to the catastrophe unfolding around him. He saw only Isolde's face, heard only her voice, felt only the terrible realization that his greatest act of love had become the source of her ultimate torment. The woman he had brought back was not his beloved, but some horrible mockery of her, a being caught between existence and void that could find peace in neither. "Please," he begged, clutching at her hands as they began to fade and solidify in endless, horrifying cycles. "Please, beloved. I only wanted to save you. I only wanted to be with you again. Tell me how to fix this. Tell me how to make it right." But Isolde was already dissolving, her restored form unable to maintain coherence in a world where the fundamental laws of existence had been shattered. Her final words before disappearing entirely carried a weight of sorrow that seemed to echo through the very soul of creation itself. "You cannot fix what should never have been broken, my love. In trying to save me, you have doomed us both to an eternity of separation. I am lost now, scattered across the winds of existence, and you have become something that love was never meant to create." As his queen faded from his grasp, Viego felt something fundamental break within his own being. The grief that had driven him across impossible distances, the love that had given him strength to battle paradise itself, now turned inward and began to consume him from within. The waters of life, corrupted by his violation of their sacred nature, began to change him as well, transforming the broken king into something that existed beyond the normal boundaries of life and death. The transformation that overtook Viego was terrible to behold. His living flesh began to fade, becoming translucent and ethereal, while his heart, the heart that had loved so completely and so destructively, became visible through his chest as a burning, tormented thing that pulsed with dark energy. He was becoming something new, something that had never existed before in all the long history of Runeterra. a being powered by love transformed into obsession, by grief become madness, by the refusal to accept loss. The corruption that spread from the defiled waters of life moved through the blessed isles like a plague of shadows and sorrow. Trees that had stood for millennia began to wither and twist, their silver leaves turning black as night. The crystalline streams that had sung with joy now carried lamentations that spoke of paradise lost. The very ground beneath their feet began to crack and decay, as if the earth itself was rejecting this fundamental violation of its nature. The guardians, beings of immense power and wisdom, found themselves powerless to stop the spreading corruption. Their most sacred trust had been violated. Their greatest treasure turned into a source of infinite darkness. Some fled to the farthest reaches of the isles, hoping to preserve small pockets of the original paradise. Others remained to witness the full extent of the catastrophe, their forms beginning to change as the corruption reached even them. In the epicenter of this spreading devastation, King Viego knelt beside the now black pool that had once been the source of all healing. His transformation was nearly complete, his mortal form giving way to something that existed in the terrible space between life and death. Yet his obsession remained unchanged, his desperate love undimmed by the horror he had unleashed. "I will find you," he whispered to the empty air where Isolda had vanished. "Wherever you have gone, whatever you have become, I will search every corner of existence until we are together again. This is not the end, my beloved. This is only the beginning." The kingdom of paradise that had existed since the dawn of time died in that moment, replaced by something dark and twisted that would come to be known as the Shadow Isles. The Blessed Isles had become a realm of eternal torment, where the dead could find no rest and the living could find no peace. And at the heart of this new nightmare realm stood the ruined king, a being of immense power whose love had become a curse upon all existence. The black mist that would plague Runeterra for ages to come began to seep from the corrupted pool, carrying with it the essence of wrongness that Viego's act had introduced into the world. This supernatural fog would spread across the seas, bringing undeath and terror to distant shores, transforming countless innocent souls into twisted reflections of their former selves. Yet to the ruined king, these consequences mattered nothing compared to his single, all-consuming purpose to find the scattered fragments of his old soul and restore her to his side, no matter what price the rest of existence might pay. As the first tendrils of the black mist began to spread beyond the borders of the now corrupted isles, the guardians who remained could only watch in helpless anguish as their failure to protect the sacred balance began to poison the wider world. They had learned, too late, that even the most pure intentions can become the source of infinite corruption, when love forgets that true love sometimes means letting go. As we draw this sorrowful chapter to its close, perhaps we might reflect upon the nature of love and possession, the difference between devotion and obsession. In a world where the greatest tragedies often spring from the noblest intentions, how do we distinguish between love that heals and love that wounds? When does the desire to preserve become the force that destroys? And how do we find the wisdom to accept that some losses are meant to teach rather than to be undone? Chapter 7. The Birth of the Shadow Isles. In the aftermath of catastrophe, when the fundamental laws of existence have been shattered and paradise itself lies dying, transformation takes on a character, both terrible and absolute. Where once the Blessed Isles had stood as a beacon of hope and healing for all Runeterra, now something dark and twisted began to take shape. A realm where death held dominion yet offered no release, where the very air itself became thick with sorrow and supernatural dread. Tonight, as we witness the birth of the Shadow Isles from the ashes of paradise, let us observe how corruption spreads when the natural order is violated beyond any hope of repair. Picture the moment immediately following Viego's desecration of the waters of life, when the first tendrils of wrongness began to seep into the crystalline perfection that had defined the Blessed Isles since the dawn of time. The corruption moved like living shadow, flowing from the defiled pool in waves that seemed to carry with them the very essence of despair. Each pulse of dark energy that spread from the violated sanctum brought transformation in its wake, changing not only the physical landscape, but the spiritual foundation upon which the entire realm had been built. The great trees that had stood as eternal guardians of the isle's beauty were among the first to feel the corruption's touch. These ancient giants, whose silver leaves had once caught starlight and transformed it into songs of joy, began to writhe and twist as if in agony. Their bark darkened to the color of old blood, while their branches contorted into shapes that spoke of torment rather than growth. The music that had always danced among their leaves became a discordant wail that echoed across the dying landscape like the death cry of hope itself. The crystal streams that had carried healing waters throughout the realm began to run black as ink, their pure currents now bearing the taint of corruption to every corner of paradise. Where these poisoned waters touched the shore, flowers withered and died, their petals falling like tears upon ground that was itself beginning to crack and decay. The fragrance of eternal spring gave way to the cloying scent of death and decay, while the gentle breezes that had once carried laughter now bore only the whispered lamentations of souls in torment. The transformation was not merely physical but spiritual, reaching into the very essence of what the Blessed Isles had represented. The balance between life and death that had been the foundation of the realm's perfection was shattered beyond repair, replaced by a terrible state of existence that partook of both yet belonged to neither. Death could no longer offer the peace of final rest, while life became a torment that stretched toward eternity, without hope of release. The inhabitants of paradise found themselves caught in this horrible transformation, their forms changing in ways that reflected the corruption spreading through their realm. Those who had been mortal became trapped between life and death, their flesh growing cold and pale, while their spirits remained bound to bodies that should have long since returned to dust. The immortal guardians fared even worse, their perfect forms becoming twisted mockeries of their former beauty, as the corruption ate away at the very concepts they had been created to embody. In the great halls where wisdom had once been shared like precious wine, madness now held court. The ancient libraries filled with accumulated knowledge began to burn with flames that gave off no heat, consuming centuries of learning while leaving behind only empty shells that mocked the very concept of understanding. The scrolls that had contained the secrets of existence curled and blackened, their words transforming into symbols that spoke of despair and futility rather than hope and enlightenment. The gardens where children had once played in eternal innocence became mazes of thorns and shadow, their paths leading not to joy, but to ever deeper levels of sorrow and confusion. The laughter that had once echoed through these spaces was replaced by the weeping of souls who could no longer remember what happiness felt like, yet retained enough memory of their former joy to understand the magnitude of their loss. At the heart of this spreading devastation, the crystal chamber that had housed the waters of life underwent the most terrible transformation of all. The pure walls cracked and bled, a substance that was neither blood nor water, but something far more disturbing, the liquefied essence of corrupted hope. The ceiling, which had once seemed to stretch toward infinity in its beauty, now pressed down with oppressive weight, as if the very concept of aspiration had been crushed beneath the burden of what had been lost. The pool itself, once the source of all healing in the world, had become something that defied description. Its waters, if they could still be called waters, churned with energies that spoke of fundamental wrongness. Shapes moved within its depths, shadows of what might once have been souls, now trapped in endless cycles of dissolution and reformation that offered neither existence nor oblivion. The light that emanated from this corrupted source was not illumination but a darkness visible, a radiance that revealed truths too horrible for mortal minds to comprehend. King Viego, now transformed into something that existed beyond the normal boundaries of life and death, stood at the center of this catastrophe like a monument to love's capacity for destruction. His form had stabilized into something that was neither fully solid nor entirely spectral, a being whose very presence seemed to draw hope from the air around him and replace it with despair. The crown upon his head had fused with his skull, becoming part of his transformed anatomy, while his heart, visible through his translucent chest, pulsed with a light that seemed to consume rather than illuminate. Yet even in his transformed state, even surrounded by the ruins of paradise and the evidence of his terrible mistake, Viego's obsession remained unchanged. He moved through the corrupted landscape with purpose, searching for any trace of Isolde's scattered essence, calling her name into shadows that seemed to swallow his voice without offering any echo in return. His love had become a force of nature in its own right, a power that recognized no limitation and accepted no defeat. The other survivors of his expedition, those knights and advisors who had followed him into paradise, underwent their own terrible transformations. Their loyalty to their king had bound them to his fate, ensuring that they too would be caught in the web of corruption that spread from his violation of the sacred order. They became something new, beings that retained their memories and personalities, yet found themselves fundamentally changed, bound to serve a master whose quest had transcended morality and reason. Some of these transformed followers embraced their new existence, finding in undeath a freedom from the limitations that had constrained their mortal lives. They became the first of the Shadow Isles champions, beings of immense power, who served Viego's obsession with the fervor of true believers. Others fought against their transformation, struggling to maintain some semblance of their former humanity, even as the corruption ate away at everything they had once held dear. The spread of corruption beyond the immediate vicinity of the defiled pool followed patterns that seemed to reflect the spiritual geography of the Blessed Isles rather than mere physical proximity. Places where great joy had once been experienced became centers of profound sorrow, while locations that had housed the deepest wisdom transformed into mazes of confusion and doubt. The very concepts that had made paradise perfect were turned inside out, becoming sources of torment rather than blessing. The wildlife of the Isles underwent transformations that reflected the new nature of their realm. Creatures that had once embodied the harmony between predator and prey became twisted things that hungered not for flesh, but for the life force itself. The deer, whose antlers had seemed made of captured starlight, now bore crowns of bone and shadow, while the birds whose songs had healed broken hearts now shrieked melodies that drove listeners to madness. The flowers and plants that had once created gardens of impossible beauty became something far more sinister. Roses grew with thorns that dripped not sap but liquid sorrow, while vines that had once supported climbing birds now strangled any creature unfortunate enough to become entangled in their embrace. The very grass beneath one's feet whispered accusations and regrets, making each step a journey through fields of accumulated guilt and shame. As the transformation reached its completion, a new form of weather began to manifest over the corrupted Isles. The black mist, born from the union of Viego's grief and the violated waters of life, began to rise from the poisoned ground like an exhalation of the damned. This supernatural fog carried within it the essence of the corruption, serving as a vector through which the Shadow Isles' influence could spread beyond their borders to touch distant shores. The mist possessed a malevolent intelligence of its own, seeking out sources of strong emotion and attachment that it could corrupt and transform. It moved with purpose rather than merely drifting on natural currents, drawn to places where love existed in its purest forms, so that it might twist those bonds into chains of torment and obsession. In this way, Viego's personal tragedy began to spread its influence throughout Runeterra, ensuring that his grief would not remain contained within the borders of the Shadow Isles. The guardians who had once protected the Blessed Isles found themselves faced with a terrible choice. Some attempted to flee the spreading corruption, hoping to preserve some fragment of what they had sworn to protect. Others remained to bear witness to the catastrophe, their immortal nature ensuring that they would serve as eternal reminders of what had been lost. A few, driven by despair at their failure to prevent this disaster, allowed themselves to be consumed by the corruption, becoming twisted reflections of their former selves. Those guardians who chose to remain and fight against the spreading darkness found themselves changed by their proximity to the corruption, yet their essential nature proved strong enough to resist complete transformation. They became something new, beings of shadow and light combined, carrying within themselves both the memory of paradise lost and the determination to prevent further spread of the corruption. These transformed guardians would serve as the Shadow Isle's conscience, voices of warning that spoke to any who would listen about the true cost of Viego's desperate love. The architecture of paradise underwent its own terrible metamorphosis. Buildings that had been constructed from living light solidified into structures that seemed to be carved from crystallized sorrow. Spires that had once reached toward heaven now twisted downward, as if seeking to burrow into the earth itself. The graceful arches and flowing curves that had characterized the Blessed Isle's construction became sharp angles and oppressive weights that spoke of confinement rather than liberation. The libraries and halls of learning became repositories of a different kind of knowledge, understanding born of suffering rather than wisdom. The books that survived the initial wave of corruption found their contents transformed, their words rearranging themselves to tell stories of loss and despair rather than hope and triumph. These volumes became sources of dangerous knowledge, offering power to those who would pay the price in sanity and hope. As the first day of the Shadow Isle's existence drew toward its close, the realm settled into the patterns that would define it for ages to come. Time itself seemed to slow and thicken within its borders, creating an environment where past and present blurred together in endless cycles of memory and regret. The dead walked alongside the living, yet none could truly be said to exist in any meaningful sense. They had all become prisoners of a love that had refused to accept the natural order of things. The transformation was complete, yet it was also ongoing, a process that would continue for as long as Viego's obsession remained unresolved. The Shadow Isles had become a realm powered by impossible desire, a place where the fundamental laws of existence bent and twisted around the ruined king's refusal to accept loss. Every dawn brought not renewal but repetition. Every sunset promised not rest but another cycle of futile searching for something that could never be reclaimed. In the deepest chambers of the corrupted realm, where the violated waters of life continued to churn with energies that defied comprehension, echoes of Isolda's voice could sometimes be heard, fragments of her spirit that remained trapped within the corruption Viego had created. These whispers drove the ruined king to ever greater acts of desperation, for they seemed to promise that his beloved was still there, still reachable, if only he could find the right combination of power and will to bring her back. Yet what Viego failed to understand, what his transformation had made him incapable of accepting, was that these echoes were not truly Isolde, but merely reflections of his own guilt and longing, given voice by the corrupted energies that surrounded him. His quest to restore his queen had become a chase after shadows, a pursuit that could never end, because its object existed only in the realm of memory and regret. As we close this chapter of transformation and loss, perhaps we might consider the nature of change and consequence, the way in which single moments of choice can reshape entire worlds. In a reality where love can become the source of infinite suffering, where the desire to preserve can destroy what we seek to protect, how do we find the wisdom to accept that some changes cannot be undone, some losses cannot be recovered? What does it mean to love truly when love itself has become a force of corruption in the world? Chapter 8. The first Harrowing. Beyond the borders of the newly born Shadow Isles, across the vast expanse of ocean that separated the corrupted realm from the living world, the kingdoms of Runeterra continued their existence in blissful ignorance of the catastrophe that had befallen paradise. Merchants sailed their familiar trade routes, fishermen cast their nets into waters that had known peace for generations, and coastal towns went about their daily business, with no knowledge that the very nature of death itself had been forever changed. Tonight, as we witness the moment when Viego's grief first reached beyond its island prison to touch the wider world, let us observe how the black mist brought terror to shores that had never known such supernatural dread. Picture the kingdom of Demacia on that fateful evening, when the first harrowing began, its white stone walls gleaming in the light of a sun that would soon be obscured by supernatural darkness. The coastal settlements that dotted the shoreline had grown prosperous through generations of peaceful trade, their harbors filled with ships from distant lands, their markets bustling with the commerce that connected Demacia to the broader world. Children played in streets that had never known war, while their parents went about their evening routines with the comfortable certainty that tomorrow would bring another day of predictable peace. The first sign that something had changed in the fundamental order of things came not as a dramatic announcement, but as a subtle wrongness that seemed to seep into the very air itself. Sailors preparing their vessels for the next day's voyage noticed that the wind carried unfamiliar scents, not the clean salt tang of ocean spray, but something cloying and sweet that spoke of flowers left too long in sealed chambers. The water itself seemed different, reflecting the dying light with an oily sheen that had never been present before. Animals were the first to sense the approaching doom with any clarity. Dogs began to howl with a desperation that had no obvious cause, while cats fled from the waterfront as if some invisible predator stalked them through familiar streets. Horses refused to be led near the harbor, their eyes rolling white with terror at sights and sounds that human senses could not yet detect. Birds fell silent in their roosts, creating an unnatural quiet that made even the most mundane sounds seem ominous and strange. As twilight deepened into night, a mist began to rise from the waters offshore, at first appearing to be nothing more than the ordinary fog that often accompanied changes in weather and temperature. Yet this mist moved with purpose rather than drifting on natural currents, flowing toward the shore in tendrils that seemed to reach out like grasping fingers. Its color was wrong as well, not the clean gray-white of normal fog, but something darker, tinged with hues that shifted and changed, as if the very act of observation could not pin down its true nature. The harbor master was among the first to realize that something extraordinary was occurring. From his tower overlooking the docks, he watched the approaching wall of mist with growing unease, noting how it seemed to swallow the starlight without offering any reflection in return. When he rang the warning bells that signaled dangerous weather conditions, the sound seemed muffled and distorted, as if the very air had grown thick enough to impede the passage of sound itself. The black mist that rolled over Demacia's shores that night was unlike any natural phenomenon the kingdom had ever experienced. It moved with malevolent intelligence, seeking out pockets of human habitation with the persistence of a hunting predator. Where it passed, temperatures dropped not gradually, but suddenly, creating pockets of supernatural cold that penetrated to the bone, regardless of clothing or shelter. The darkness it brought was absolute, swallowing even the brightest lanterns and leaving those caught within it effectively blind. Yet the physical effects of the mist were nothing compared to its spiritual impact. Within its depths moved shapes that defied rational explanation, forms that might once have been human, but had been twisted into something that belonged neither to life nor death. These wraiths carried with them fragments of Viego's obsession, his desperate longing transformed into a hunger that sought to drag the living into the same state of tormented existence that defined the Shadow Isles. The first victims of the Harrowing were a family of fishermen who had been working late to repair their nets in preparation for the next day's fishing. The mist enveloped their small cottage so completely that neighbors could no longer see its outline, despite its proximity to other buildings. When the supernatural fog finally lifted hours later, the cottage remained intact, yet its inhabitants had vanished entirely, not dead in any conventional sense, but transformed into something that existed in the terrible space between life and death. Those who had been touched by the mist, but not fully claimed by it, reported experiences that challenged every assumption about the nature of reality. They spoke of hearing voices from the depths of the supernatural fog, not the chaotic babbling of madness, but clear, articulate speech from beings who seemed to remember their former lives with perfect clarity. These wraiths did not attack with claws or fangs, but with words and memories, sharing visions of love lost and hopes destroyed that proved more devastating than any physical assault. The town's guards, trained to deal with bandits and wild animals, found themselves utterly unprepared for an enemy that could not be fought with sword and spear. Their weapons passed through the spectral attackers without effect, while the wraiths themselves seemed capable of reaching through the sturdiest armor to touch the very soul beneath. Men who had faced down armies fled in terror from opponents who offered not death but something far worse, an eternity of existence without purpose or hope. As the night wore on, the pattern of the harrowing became clear to those who survived to observe it. The mist did not spread randomly but followed pathways that seemed to correspond to emotional rather than physical geography. It lingered longest in places where strong bonds of love existed. Family homes where generations had shared joy and sorrow, inns where travelers had found welcome and warmth, churches where communities had gathered to celebrate and mourn together. The wraiths that emerged from the mist seemed particularly drawn to those who possessed the deepest capacity for love and attachment. Young couples who had recently married, parents devoted to their children, friends whose bonds have been forged through years of shared experience. These became the primary targets of the supernatural assault. Yet the attack was not one of simple destruction but of corruption, as if the very concept of love itself was being poisoned by proximity to Viego's twisted obsession. Those who fell victim to the harrowing did not simply die. They became conduits through which the Shadow Isles' influence could spread further into the living world. They retained their memories and personalities, yet these were now filtered through the lens of eternal loss and frustrated longing. They spoke to their friends and families in familiar voices, yet their words carried undertones of despair that gradually infected those who listened with the same hopelessness that characterized their transformed existence. The kingdom's priests and scholars, faced with phenomena that existed outside their understanding of divine law and natural philosophy, struggled to comprehend what was occurring within their borders. Ancient texts were consulted, prayers were offered to gods who seemed suddenly distant and unresponsive, and rituals were performed in desperate attempts to drive back the supernatural invasion. Yet their efforts proved futile against a force that operated according to rules that had never before existed in the mortal world. Damasia's military responded with characteristic efficiency and determination, yet they too found themselves confronting an enemy that defied conventional tactics. Cavalry charges proved useless against opponents who could phase in and out of physical existence at will, while infantry formations offered no protection against attacks that targeted the spirit rather than the body. Even the kingdom's magus seekers, trained to combat supernatural threats, discovered that their usual methods were ineffective against entities that existed beyond the normal boundaries of magical law. The true horror of the first harrowing lay not in its immediate casualties, devastating though they were, but in its psychological impact upon those who witnessed it. The comfortable certainties that had governed life in the coastal kingdoms were shattered in a single night, replaced by the knowledge that death was no longer a boundary that offered protection from further suffering. The very concept of final rest, of peace beyond the grave, had been revealed as a lie, or at least as something that could no longer be taken for granted. As dawn approached and the black mist began to recede toward the sea, it left behind a transformed landscape. Physically, the damage was minimal. Buildings remained standing, roads remained passable, and the basic infrastructure of civilization endured. Yet the spiritual damage was profound and lasting. Communities that had existed in harmony for generations found themselves divided by suspicion and fear, as survivors struggled to distinguish between neighbors who remained truly alive and those who had been transformed into something else entirely. The retreat of the mist was as purposeful as its arrival had been, flowing back across the waters toward the Shadow Isles, in streams that seemed to carry with them fragments of everything they had touched. Those who watched from safe distances reported seeing shapes within the departing fog, human forms that reached out desperately toward the shore they were leaving behind, as if some part of them recognized what they had lost and yearned to reclaim it. Yet the harrowing's effects were not limited to its immediate victims. Those who had been exposed to the mist but escaped transformation found themselves changed in subtle ways that would become apparent only with the passage of time. They carried within themselves seeds of the same despair that characterized the Shadow Isles, seeds that would sprout into obsessions and compulsions that gradually separated them from the living world they had once inhabited with such comfort and ease. The news of Demacia's supernatural catastrophe spread quickly throughout Runeterra, carried by survivors who had fled the affected regions and by merchants whose trade routes had been disrupted by the appearance of the black mist. Yet the reports were so extraordinary, so far beyond normal human experience, that many dismissed them as the products of mass hysteria or deliberate deception. Only those kingdoms that suffered their own encounters with the Harrowing came to understand the true magnitude of the threat that had emerged from the corrupted paradise. In the days and weeks that followed the first Harrowing, scholars and mystics throughout the known world struggled to understand what they had witnessed. Ancient prophecies were consulted, learned treatises were written, and expeditions were organized to investigate the source of this new supernatural threat. Yet all their efforts yielded only fragments of understanding, pieces of a puzzle that seemed to grow more complex with each new discovery. The most disturbing aspect of their research was the realization that the first Harrowing was not an isolated incident, but the beginning of a pattern. The black mist had tasted the living world and found it to its liking, carrying back to the Shadow Isles not only victims, but also knowledge of new shores to visit and new sources of emotional energy to corrupt. The supernatural fog would return, again and again, each manifestation growing stronger and more purposeful than the last. Religious leaders across Runeterra struggled to provide comfort to populations traumatized by their first encounter with the supernatural invasion. Traditional concepts of divine protection and moral order seemed inadequate to address a threat that operated according to rules that existed outside normal theological understanding. Many faiths adapted by incorporating new prayers and rituals designed to ward off the influence of the Shadow Isles, yet these measures offered more psychological comfort than genuine protection. The economic impact of the Harrowing proved almost as devastating as its supernatural effects. Trade routes that had operated safely for centuries were abandoned as too dangerous to traverse, while coastal communities that had depended upon maritime commerce found themselves isolated and struggling to survive. The very concept of the ocean as a highway connecting different regions was undermined by the knowledge that the sea now carried threats that could not be fought with conventional weapons. Most profound of all was the change in how people throughout Runeterra understood the nature of death itself. Where once the grave had offered the promise of final peace, now it represented merely another stage in an existence that could be prolonged indefinitely through supernatural means. This knowledge transformed everything from funeral rites to philosophical discourse, as civilizations that had existed for millennia found themselves forced to confront questions they had never needed to ask. In the Shadow Isles themselves, King Viego observed the effects of his realm's first contact with the living world with growing excitement. The wraiths and spirits that returned from the Harrowing carried with them not only new victims, but also information about the broader world beyond his corrupted domain. Most importantly, they brought hints and suggestions that fragments of Isolda's soul might exist among the living, scattered across Runeterra like seeds waiting to be gathered and restored. The ruined king's obsession, already absolute in its intensity, took on new dimensions as he contemplated the possibilities that the Harrowing had revealed. If his influence could reach beyond the borders of the Shadow Isles, if the black mist could carry his will to distant shores, then perhaps his quest to restore his beloved could extend across the entire world. The thought filled him with a terrible joy that manifested as increased corruption throughout his realm. As we draw this chapter of supernatural terror to its contemplative close, perhaps we might consider the nature of consequences and their tendency to spread far beyond their original source. In a world where one man's grief has become a force that touches countless innocent lives, how do we measure the true cost of refusing to accept loss? When love becomes so possessive that it seeks to drag the entire world into its own suffering, what hope remains for those who simply wish to live and love in peace? Chapter 9. Champions Born from Ruin. In the crucible of corruption that the Shadow Isles had become, where the fundamental laws of existence bent and twisted around Viego's impossible grief, transformation took many forms. Some who dwelt within paradise when it fell became mindless wraiths, their personalities dissolved into the black mist that carried their essence across distant seas. Others retained fragments of their former selves, while gaining terrible new powers born from the intersection of death and desperate love. Tonight, as we explore the champions who emerged from the ashes of the Blessed Isles, let us witness how corruption can both destroy and create, how the greatest monsters are often forged from the noblest hearts. Picture the moment of the ruination as experienced by those who had called paradise home, beings whose existence had been defined by service to the sacred balance between life and death. In an instant that stretched toward eternity, they felt the fundamental nature of their reality shift and change, transforming them from guardians of peace into prisoners of endless torment. Yet even in this moment of ultimate violation, the strength of their original characters shaped the nature of their transformation, ensuring that what they became reflected both their former virtues and their new corruption. Thresh the Chain Warden stood among the most tragic of these transformations, for he had once been a guardian of immense wisdom and compassion. In the days before the Ruination, he had served as keeper of knowledge within the Blessed Isle's greatest library, a being whose understanding of existence's deeper mysteries had made him a counselor to those who sought wisdom and guidance. His form had been beautiful in the ethereal way of all paradise's inhabitants, radiating the gentle authority of one who had dedicated eternity to the preservation of truth and learning. The corruption that claimed Thresh worked upon him slowly, like poison seeping through a perfect crystal. Where once he had preserved knowledge for the benefit of others, the twisted energies of the Shadow Isles taught him to hoard secrets for the power they might bring. His compassion, once freely given to any who suffered, became a calculating intelligence that found pleasure in the suffering of others. Most terrible of all, his understanding of souls and their nature, transformed from healing wisdom into the ability to trap and torment the essence of others. The chains that became Thresh's signature weapon were not forged from mundane metal, but from the crystallized anguish of souls he had claimed. Each link represented a life destroyed, a spirit trapped in endless torment, a future stolen for the sake of his growing power. The lantern he carried contained not light but compressed darkness, fragments of hope deliberately extinguished, dreams purposefully shattered, love twisted into despair. Yet what made Thresh truly monstrous was not his power, but his intelligence, his ability to understand exactly what he was taking from his victims, and to find genuine pleasure in their loss. Hikarim, the Shadow of War, had walked a different path to damnation, yet one no less tragic for its predictability. In life, he had been a knight of Kamavore, one of the elite warriors who had accompanied King Viego on his desperate quest to restore Queen Isolda. His loyalty to his sovereign had been absolute, his courage unquestionable, his honor unimpeachable. He had followed his king into paradise, not from personal ambition, but from genuine devotion, believing that his duty required him to support his ruler regardless of the consequences. The transformation that claimed Hekarim was perhaps the cruelest of ironies, for it magnified the very qualities that had made him noble, while stripping away the moral framework that had given them meaning. His loyalty became obsession, his courage became reckless aggression, and his honor became a twisted code that justified any action taken in service to his king. The spectral horse he rode was not a separate creature, but an extension of his own corrupted nature, representing the way his humanity had been subsumed into something that existed only for conflict and conquest. What made Hekarim particularly dangerous was his ability to inspire others to follow him into corruption. His presence on battlefields throughout the Harrowing carried with it an aura of martial glory that appealed to warriors who had grown weary of peace. He offered them eternal conflict, endless opportunities to prove their valor in combat that would never truly end. Those who accepted his call found themselves transformed into members of his spectral cavalry, bound to ride with him through eternity in pursuit of wars that could never be won. Callista, the Spear of Vengeance, represented perhaps the most complex of all the Shadow Isles champions, for her transformation had been driven not by personal corruption, but by betrayal of the deepest and most painful kind. She had been a general in Viego's service, yet one who had opposed his quest from the beginning. Her loyalty was not to the man but to the ideals of justice and honor that she believed kingship should represent. When she saw her sovereign preparing to violate the most sacred laws of existence, she had attempted to prevent the catastrophe through assassination. The betrayal that claimed Callista came not from enemies, but from her most trusted lieutenant, a man whose love for her had been corrupted by Viego's example into possessive obsession. At the crucial moment when she might have prevented the ruination, this lieutenant's blade found her back, ensuring that her noble sacrifice became merely another tragedy in Paradise's fall. The corruption that claimed her was fueled not by personal darkness, but by the absolute injustice of her fate, transforming her into a spirit of vengeance whose very existence served as a reminder that even the most righteous can be destroyed by betrayal. The spears that Callista wielded in her transformed state were manifestations of her burning need for justice, weapons that could pierce not just flesh, but the very concept of loyalty itself. Those who betrayed others in her presence found themselves marked by her power, bound to face consequences that reflected the magnitude of their treachery. Yet her vengeance was not random or cruel. It was precise, measured, and absolutely inevitable, striking only those who had truly earned her wrath. These three champions, born from the ruins of Paradise, represented different aspects of the corruption that the Shadow Isles spread throughout Runeterra. Thresh embodied the seductive nature of knowledge, divorced from wisdom, the way understanding could be twisted into cruelty when stripped of compassion. Hecarim represented the danger of loyalty without conscience, the way noble impulses could be perverted into justification for any action. Callista showed how even justice could become destructive, when driven by absolute principles that admitted no possibility of mercy or forgiveness. Yet they were not the only beings of power to emerge from the Ruination's aftermath. Throughout the Shadow Isles, other transformations occurred that created champions whose very existence served to spread the realm's influence across the wider world. Each carried within themselves fragments of Viego's obsession, aspects of his desperate love that had been refracted through their own personalities and experiences to create new forms of supernatural terror. Yorick, the Shepherd of Souls, had been a monk in life, one of the few mortals who had been permitted to dwell within Paradise, due to his extraordinary devotion to the balance between life and death. His transformation was unique among the Shadow Isles champions, because he retained much of his original purpose, while gaining the power to act upon it in ways that transcended normal limitations. He became a guardian of the boundary between existence and void, shepherding souls who might otherwise be claimed by the realm's corruption. The shovel that Yorick carried was both weapon and tool, capable of digging graves for those who deserved peaceful rest, while serving as a weapon against those who would disturb that rest. The spirits that accompanied him were not enslaved wraiths, but willing allies, souls who had chosen to serve his mission rather than being compelled by force. In many ways, Yorick represented what the Shadow Isles might have become if corruption had been tempered with wisdom, power balanced with responsibility. Makai, the Twisted Trinant, embodied the natural world's response to the Ruination, showing how even the earth itself could be transformed by exposure to such fundamental corruption. He had been one of the great trees that served as Paradise's guardians, his roots extending deep into the spiritual foundation of the realm. When the corruption spread through the waters of life, it reached him through those very roots, transforming him from a passive guardian into an active force of nature's wrath. The transformation that claimed Makai was driven by righteous anger rather than personal darkness. He had witnessed the violation of every principle he had been created to protect, seen Paradise itself twisted into nightmare by the selfish actions of a single individual. His rage at this cosmic injustice became the fuel for his continued existence, driving him to seek out and destroy sources of corruption wherever they might be found. Yet his methods were often as destructive as the forces he fought, showing how even righteous anger could become indistinguishable from the evil it opposed. Karthus, the Deathsinger, represented perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the Shadow Isles' influence, the way corruption could appear beneficial to those who embraced it willingly. He had not been transformed against his will but had sought out the realm's power deliberately, seeing in undeath a liberation from the limitations that had constrained his mortal existence. His songs carried the promise of eternal existence, of freedom from the fear of death that plagued all living beings. Yet what Karthus offered was not true immortality, but a mockery of life, existence stripped of everything that made existence meaningful. His music was beautiful in the way that poisonous flowers could be beautiful, carrying within its melodies the seeds of destruction for any who listened too closely. He served as the Shadow Isle's greatest evangelist, spreading its influence not through force but through seduction, convincing others that what appeared to be damnation was actually salvation. The interactions between these champions created a complex web of alliances and conflicts that reflected the chaotic nature of the Shadow Isles themselves. Thresh delighted in tormenting Hecarim's sense of honor, while Callista's absolute principles often brought her into conflict with Yorick's more pragmatic approach to justice. Makai viewed them all as symptoms of the corruption he sought to eliminate, while Karthus attempted to seduce each of them into embracing their transformed nature more completely. Yet beneath all their conflicts and alliances lay a common thread, their connection to Viego's obsession. Each had been shaped by proximity to his desperate love, transformed by exposure to grief so intense that it had become a force of nature in its own right. They served as extensions of his will whether they acknowledged it or not, carrying aspects of his quest across Runeterra in their individual pursuits of power, justice, knowledge, or revenge. The influence these champions wielded extended far beyond their individual actions. They served as focal points for the Shadow Isle's corruption, attracting others who shared their particular forms of darkness or nobility corrupted. Around Thresh gathered those who sought power over others, while Hecarim drew warriors who had grown tired of peace. Callista attracted those who had been betrayed and sought vengeance, while Yorick found himself accompanied by souls who genuinely wished to find rest. Their very existence served to spread the philosophical corruption that the Shadow Isles represented. The idea that death was not a natural transition, but a state that could be avoided, manipulated, or exploited for personal gain. Each champion, in their own way, challenged the natural order that governed existence, offering alternatives that appeared attractive yet ultimately led to the same spiritual emptiness that characterized their transformed realm. The stories these champions told through their actions were cautionary tales about the dangers of absolutes, the way noble qualities could become destructive when divorced from wisdom and restraint. Thresh showed how knowledge without compassion became cruelty. Hecarim demonstrated how loyalty without conscience became fanaticism, and Callista revealed how justice without mercy became vengeance. Even Yorick, the most benevolent among them, illustrated how the desire to protect could become another form of imprisonment. As the influence of these champions spread throughout Runeterra, they began to encounter resistance from those who recognized the threat they represented. Heroes emerged to oppose them, champions of light who sought to contain the Shadow Isle's influence and protect the living world from its corruption. These conflicts served to define both sides more clearly, creating a cosmic struggle between those who accepted death as natural and those who sought to transcend it through supernatural means. Yet the true tragedy of the champions born from ruin lay not in their power or their actions, but in what they had lost. Each retained enough of their original personality to remember what they had once been, to understand how far they had fallen from their former nobility or wisdom. This knowledge served as a constant source of torment, ensuring that even their victories felt hollow and their achievements brought no genuine satisfaction. The corruption that had claimed them was not complete. Fragments of their original selves remained, buried beneath layers of supernatural transformation, yet still present enough to remind them of what they had sacrificed. These memories served as both weakness and strength, making them more relatable to those they encountered, while also ensuring that they could never find true peace in their transformed state. As we conclude our examination of these champions born from Paradise's fall, perhaps we might consider the nature of transformation and the persistence of identity through even the most fundamental changes. In a world where corruption can reshape the very essence of existence, what aspects of ourselves remain constant? How do we distinguish between the evolution that leads to growth and the change that leads to destruction? When noble qualities become sources of evil, how do we maintain our moral compass in a universe where even the most fundamental principles can be inverted? Chapter 10. The Eternal Hunt for Isolda. In the twisted heart of the Shadow Isles, where time flows like honey through crystal and memory becomes more real than flesh, King Viego began a quest that would consume not only his transformed existence, but countless innocent lives across all of Runeterra. The violation of the waters of life had scattered Isolde's soul like seeds upon the wind, fragmenting her essence into pieces that drifted across the world to take refuge in hearts that knew love's truest meaning. Tonight, as we follow the ruined king's eternal pursuit of his lost queen, let us witness how obsession, once unleashed, recognizes no boundary between justice and atrocity, between love and possession. Picture Viego in the aftermath of Isolde's dissolution, kneeling beside the corrupted pool that had promised resurrection, but delivered only further torment. His transformed senses, heightened by proximity to forces beyond mortal comprehension, could perceive what had become of his beloved spirit. Where once her soul had been whole and radiant, now it existed as countless fragments, each carrying a spark of her essence, yet none containing enough to restore her to true consciousness. These fragments had been carried away by the very energies he had unleashed, scattered across Runeterra to find shelter in beings whose capacity for love echoed her own. The revelation that Isolde still existed, albeit in fractured form, filled the ruined king with a hope so intense that it manifested as physical light within the darkness of his transformed realm. Here was proof that his sacrifice had not been entirely in vain, that some part of his beloved remained within reach, if only he possessed the will and power to reclaim it. The knowledge transformed his grief from passive sorrow into active obsession, giving him a purpose that would drive him across the centuries in an endless cycle of seeking and temporary satisfaction. The first fragment of Isolde's soul that Viego managed to locate had taken refuge within a young seamstress in a coastal village far from the Shadow Isles. The girl possessed neither magical power nor noble birth, yet something in her gentle nature and artistic gifts had attracted the scattered essence of the lost queen. When the black mist descended upon her village during one of the early harrowings, Viego felt the familiar presence of his beloved spirit, and moved with desperate urgency to claim what he believed was rightfully his. The process of extracting the soul fragment proved more complex than the ruined king had anticipated. The essence had become intertwined with the seamstress's own spirit, creating a fusion that could not be separated without destroying both souls involved. Yet Viego's obsession admitted no consideration for collateral damage. He tore the fragment free through sheer force of will, leaving behind a broken shell of a human being, whose capacity for love and joy had been permanently severed from her existence. When Viego attempted to merge this first fragment with his own essence, hoping to restore some aspect of Isolde's presence to his tormented existence, the result was both miraculous and horrifying. For a brief moment, he heard his beloved's voice speaking to him with perfect clarity, felt her presence as if she were truly there beside him. Yet the fragment was incomplete, containing only a portion of her personality and memories, creating a partial echo that was simultaneously Isolde and not Isolde, familiar yet terrifyingly wrong. The partial restoration lasted only moments before the fragment dissolved back into the chaotic energies that surrounded the ruined king, leaving him alone once more, but now possessed of certain knowledge. Each fragment he gathered brought him closer to his goal, yet each also demonstrated how far he remained from true reunion with his beloved. The process became an addiction more powerful than any drug. The brief moments of connection followed by inevitable loss, creating a cycle of hope and despair that drove him to ever greater extremes. As Viego's understanding of the scattered soul's nature grew more sophisticated, he began to develop methods for tracking and claiming the fragments with increasing efficiency. The black mist became his hunting tool, reaching across vast distances to identify locations where Isolde's essence had taken refuge. The wraiths and spirits that served him, learned to recognize the unique spiritual signature of his lost queen, becoming extensions of his desperate search across the breadth of Runeterra. The champions who had been born from the Ruination found themselves conscripted into this eternal hunt, their own quests and obsessions subordinated to their king's overwhelming need. Thresh's ability to perceive and manipulate souls made him invaluable for locating hidden fragments, while Hecarim's cavalry provided the military force necessary to overcome resistance from those who would protect the innocent hosts. Even Callista, despite her opposition to many of Viego's methods, found herself drawn into the hunt by her absolute commitment to seeing justice done. The hunt for Isolda's fragments took the Shadow Isle's influence to every corner of Runeterra, as the ruined king followed whispered rumors and supernatural signs that might indicate his beloved's presence. No kingdom was too distant, no settlement too remote, no individual too humble to escape his attention, if they showed signs of harboring what he sought. The Harrowing evolved from a chaotic supernatural phenomenon into a focused campaign of spiritual conquest, with Viego himself leading raids that left entire regions transformed by their encounter with the Shadow Isles' corruption. Some fragments had taken refuge in individuals whose capacity for love made them natural guardians of Isolda's essence, a mother whose devotion to her children echoed the queen's nurturing nature, a musician whose songs carried the same joy that had once filled the royal chambers of Kamavore, an elderly couple whose lifelong partnership reflected the deep bond that had once existed between king and queen. Each represented a facet of what Isolda had been, yet also a unique person whose destruction was the price of Viego's obsession. Other fragments had been drawn to places rather than people, settling into locations where great love had once flourished, or where artistic beauty had been created with genuine passion. The royal gardens of distant kingdoms, ancient temples dedicated to goddesses of love and fertility, galleries where master craftsmen had poured their hearts into works of transcendent beauty, all became targets of the ruined king's relentless search. The extraction of each fragment followed a similar pattern of hope, violence, and ultimate disappointment. Viego would arrive with overwhelming force, his presence alone sufficient to bend reality around his will and need. Resistance was futile against one whose obsession had transcended the normal limitations of existence, yet the ruined king often found that the very act of claiming what he sought destroyed its value. Love forcibly taken became possession, beauty claimed through violence became ugliness, and the essence of Isolda that he retrieved was invariably tainted by the methods he had used to obtain it. Yet with each fragment gathered, Viego's reconstruction of his beloved became more complete and more disturbing. The partial manifestation of Isolda that he could summon grew stronger and more coherent, yet it remained fundamentally wrong, a patchwork creation built from stolen pieces that bore only superficial resemblance to the woman he had loved. This false Isolda spoke with his queen's voice, yet expressed thoughts that were clearly his own, moved with her grace, yet served his will without question, loved him with her passion, yet lacked the independence that had made her love meaningful. The true horror of Viego's quest was not its futility, but its periodic success. Moments when he managed to gather enough fragments to create a convincing approximation of Isolda's presence, when the reconstruction seemed almost complete and his long torment appeared near its end. These victories were more terrible than his failures, because they revealed the fundamental flaw in his understanding of love's nature, that what he sought to restore had never been his to possess, that the Isolda he remembered had been diminished by his very act of loving her. The false queen that emerged from these temporary reunions was a reflection of Viego's own desires, rather than a restoration of Isolda's true self. She agreed with his every decision, supported his every action, loved him with the unquestioning devotion that his obsession demanded, yet that the real Isolda had never offered. In creating this perfect lover, Viego had eliminated every quality that had made his wife a separate person worthy of respect and admiration, reducing her to an extension of his own will and desire. These reunions never lasted because they were built upon contradiction. The attempt to recreate genuine love through forced synthesis, to restore free will through absolute control, to honor memory through the destruction of everything that had made the memory valuable. The gathered fragments would eventually rebel against their unnatural binding, dissolving back into chaos and leaving Viego alone once more with his impossible hunger. The cyclical nature of the hunt became one of the Shadow Isle's most defining characteristics. Periods of intense activity as Viego pursued promising leads would be followed by intervals of brooding contemplation as he processed the inevitable failure of his latest attempt. During these quiet times, the ruined king would withdraw into the deepest chambers of his corrupted realm, surrounded by artifacts and memories of his former life, planning new strategies for the next phase of his eternal quest. The impact of this hunt upon Runeterra itself was profound and lasting. Entire bloodlines were monitored for signs of Isolda's essence, with families living under the constant threat that one of their members might possess something the ruined king desired. Artists and craftsmen found their work scrutinized for traces of the same passion that had once driven the Lost Queen's creativity. Even the expression of deep love between individuals became dangerous, as such emotions could attract fragments of Isolda's soul, and thus the attention of the Shadow Isles. Kingdoms developed elaborate warning systems and defensive strategies designed to identify and respond to signs of approaching harrowings. Some attempted to appease the ruined king by offering him tribute or information about possible fragment locations. Others chose to fight, developing weapons and tactics specifically designed to combat supernatural threats. A few tried to hide, using magic and mundane methods to conceal their populations from the enhanced perception that allowed Viego to sense his beloved's scattered essence. Yet perhaps the most insidious effect of the eternal hunt was its impact upon the very concept of love throughout Runeterra. The knowledge that passionate devotion could attract deadly attention led many to suppress their emotions, to love cautiously rather than completely, to view deep attachment as a form of dangerous exposure. The ruined king's obsession had created a world where love itself had become a liability, where the expression of the most noble human emotions carried the risk of supernatural retribution. Religious leaders struggled to address congregations who questioned whether divine love was worth the risk it might entail. Philosophers debated whether attachment was a virtue to be cultivated or a weakness to be overcome. Parents hesitated to express their devotion to their children. Lovers questioned whether their passion might bring doom upon their communities, and artists wondered if beauty itself had become a form of blasphemy against the natural order. The champions who opposed the Shadow Isles found themselves fighting not just against supernatural forces, but against the despair and cynicism that Viego's hunt had spread throughout the living world. They served as reminders that love, properly understood, remained the greatest force for good in existence, yet they also carried the burden of proving their philosophy through actions taken in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Some of these champions had personal connections to the fragments that Viego sought, creating conflicts of extraordinary complexity and emotional intensity. They found themselves forced to choose between protecting innocent lives and potentially allowing the ruined king to achieve his goal, between preserving what remained of Isolda's scattered essence and preventing its use for destructive purposes. These moral dilemmas reflected the broader questions that the hunt had raised about the nature of love, sacrifice, and the price that should be paid to preserve what we hold most dear. The eternal nature of Viego's quest ensured that no victory against him could be permanent. No setback could dissuade him from continuing his search. Each defeated Harrowing was merely a tactical retreat, each thwarted attempt to claim a fragment simply information to be incorporated into future strategies. The ruined king had become a force of nature in his own right, as inevitable as the tides, and as relentless as time itself. Yet perhaps the greatest tragedy of the eternal hunt was not its impact upon Runeterra, but upon Viego himself. Each fragment he claimed brought him closer to his goal, while simultaneously making that goal more impossible to achieve. The accumulation of stolen essence created increasingly detailed simulations of Isolda's presence, yet each simulation was more obviously false than the last, more clearly a product of his own obsession, rather than a genuine restoration of his beloved. The ruined king had become trapped in a paradox of his own creation. The more perfectly he reconstructed Isolde, the more apparent it became that what he was creating was not truly her. Yet his obsession would not permit him to accept this truth, forcing him to continue the hunt with ever-increasing desperation, seeking always that final fragment that would somehow transform his false creation into genuine restoration. In the deepest chambers of the Shadow Isles, where memory and desire had crystallized into tangible form, yet the woman honored in this sacred space bore only passing resemblance to the seamstress who had once shared his throne, transformed by obsession and idealization into something that had never truly existed. The eternal hunt had become not a quest to restore his beloved, but a campaign to impose his fantasy of her upon reality itself. As we bring this chapter of endless seeking to its contemplative close, perhaps we might consider the nature of memory and desire, the way our understanding of those we love can be shaped more by our needs than by their reality. In a world where grief can become a force that reshapes existence itself, how do we distinguish between honoring the dead and enslaving them to our own inability to let go? When does the desire to preserve love become the thing that destroys it? And how do we find the wisdom to love completely, while still accepting that all things, even love itself, must eventually find their natural end? Chapter 11. The Shadow Isles Today. Across the centuries since paradise first fell to the corruption of impossible grief, the Shadow Isles have evolved into something that exists beyond the normal boundaries of time and space, a realm where past and present blur together in endless cycles of memory and torment. What was once the Blessed Isles, that perfect sanctuary, where life and death danced in eternal harmony, has become a wound upon reality itself, a place where the natural order remains permanently broken by one man's refusal to accept loss. Tonight, as we explore the current state of this cursed realm and its continuing influence upon Runeterra, let us witness how corruption, once unleashed, creates its own terrible ecosystem of suffering and despair. Picture the Shadow Isles as they exist in our present day, their twisted landscape stretching across waters that no longer reflect the sky, but instead mirror the anguish of all who dwell upon their shores. The islands themselves seem to shift and change according to no earthly logic, their geography responding to the emotional tides that flow from the ruined king's eternal obsession. Landmasses that were separate at dawn may be connected by bridges of crystallized sorrow by midday, while familiar paths through ancient forests may lead to entirely different destinations depending upon the traveler's state of mind. The architecture that once embodied paradise's perfect harmony has transformed into something that speaks only of confinement and despair. Spires that previously reached toward heaven in graceful spirals now twist downward like grasping claws, their surfaces covered with thorns that weep a substance, neither blood nor water, but something far more disturbing. The crystal halls where wisdom was once shared have become labyrinths of reflection, their walls showing not physical images, but the deepest regrets and most painful memories of any who dare to enter. The very air of the Shadow Isles carries weight beyond its physical properties, thick with the accumulated grief of countless souls who have found themselves trapped within its borders. Breathing itself becomes an effort for any living being who ventures into this realm, not because the atmosphere lacks oxygen, but because it is saturated with emotions so intense that they manifest as almost tangible presence. Each inhalation brings with it whispers of loss and longing, while each exhalation seems to draw away fragments of hope and joy. At the heart of this corrupted realm stands the ruined king's palace, a structure that defies conventional understanding of architecture and space. Built from materials that exist in the boundary between reality and dream, it serves as both fortress and prison, sanctuary and torture chamber. Its walls pulse with a rhythm that echoes Viego's own heartbeat, visible through his translucent chest, while its corridors echo with the sound of Isolde's laughter, not as it truly was, but as his obsession has transformed it into something hollow and mocking. Within these chambers, Viego maintains his eternal vigil, surrounded by artifacts and memories from his former life that have been corrupted by proximity to his transformed nature. The throne from which he once ruled Kamavore with wisdom and justice has become a seat of judgment from which he condemns all existence for failing to return his beloved to him. The royal chambers where he and Isolde once shared their joy and love have been preserved in a state of perfect decay, their beauty maintained yet forever tainted by the knowledge of what was lost within them. The population of the Shadow Isles consists of beings caught between existence and void, their forms shifting and changing according to patterns that reflect their individual relationships to loss and longing. Some retain enough of their original personalities to communicate and reason, serving as courtiers in Viego's twisted court or champions in his eternal quest. Others have dissolved so completely into the realm's corrupted energies that they exist only as fragments of consciousness, memory without form, emotion without purpose. The wraiths that drift through the island's perpetual twilight are perhaps the most tragic of these inhabitants, for they remember just enough of their former lives to understand what they have become. They move through familiar locations in endless repetition of activities that no longer hold meaning, attempting to complete tasks that can never be finished, seeking reunions with loved ones who exist only as echoes in their fractured memories. Their presence serves as a constant reminder of the fate that awaits any who become too deeply entangled in the Shadow Isle's influence. The black mist that emanates from the corrupted realm has become more sophisticated and purposeful over the centuries, evolving from a chaotic supernatural phenomenon into a directed force that serves the ruined king's will with increasing precision. It moves across the seas, not randomly, but with calculated intent, drawn to locations where strong emotions might harbor fragments of Isolde's scattered soul, or where corruption might find particularly fertile ground for expansion. Modern manifestations of the Harrowing are far more targeted than the early catastrophes that simply swept across coastal settlements like supernatural storms. The mist now recognizes specific individuals who might serve Viego's purposes, seeking out artists whose work echoes Isolde's creativity, lovers whose devotion mirrors the king's former passion, or leaders whose influence could be corrupted to serve the Shadow Isles' expansion. Each Harrowing is a carefully planned campaign rather than a random disaster. The champions who serve the ruined king have grown in power and sophistication alongside their realm, their individual obsessions and abilities developing in response to centuries of exposure to corrupted energies. Thresh has become a master manipulator, whose understanding of souls allows him to corrupt victims from within, turning their own emotions against them with surgical precision. Hikarim leads spectral armies that grow stronger with each battle, their ranks swelled by warriors who have chosen eternal conflict over peaceful death. Callista's pursuit of vengeance has evolved into a cosmic principle, her spears now capable of striking across dimensions to punish betrayal wherever it occurs. Her presence on the battlefield serves as both weapon and warning, reminding all who witness her that treachery carries consequences that extend far beyond the moment of betrayal. Those who call upon her name in their moment of ultimate need find themselves bound to her service, becoming instruments of justice that admits no possibility of mercy or forgiveness. The influence of the Shadow Isles upon modern Runeterra extends far beyond the direct effects of harrowing events. Kingdoms throughout the known world have been forced to adapt their military strategies, their economic systems, and even their cultural practices to account for the ongoing threat of supernatural invasion. Coastal settlements that once thrived on maritime trade now huddle behind walls blessed by priests and protected by wards that may or may not prove effective when tested. The psychological impact upon Runeterra's population has proven even more profound than the physical devastation. Generations have now grown up with the knowledge that death offers no guarantee of final peace, that love itself can become a weapon turned against the living, that the very emotions that make existence meaningful also make it vulnerable to supernatural predation. This understanding has transformed everything from religious practices to romantic relationships, creating a world where joy is tempered by constant awareness of its fragility. Religious institutions throughout Runeterra have struggled to maintain their authority and relevance in the face of evidence that challenges fundamental theological assumptions. The promise of peaceful afterlife rings hollow when confronted with the reality of the Shadow Isles, while traditional concepts of divine justice seem inadequate to address a threat that operates according to no moral framework that mortal minds can comprehend. Many faiths have adapted by incorporating new doctrines that attempt to account for supernatural corruption, yet these adaptations often raise more questions than they answer. The rise of professional monster hunters and supernatural investigators reflects society's attempt to develop practical responses to threats that exist outside normal human experience. These individuals combine traditional combat skills with specialized knowledge of the Shadow Isle's nature and methods, serving as early warning systems and defensive forces for communities that lack more conventional protection. Yet their very existence serves as a constant reminder of how much the world has changed since Paradise fell. Academic institutions have established entire fields of study devoted to understanding the nature of supernatural corruption and developing countermeasures against its spread. Scholars debate the philosophical implications of undeath, the practical applications of soul magic, and the ethical considerations involved in fighting enemies who were once innocent victims themselves. Their research has yielded valuable insights, yet also revealed the terrifying scope of forces that mortal science struggles to comprehend. The economic impact of the Shadow Isle's continuing threat extends throughout Runeterra's interconnected trade networks. Shipping routes must be constantly adjusted to account for harrowing patterns, while insurance rates for maritime commerce have become prohibitively expensive for all but the most essential goods. Entire industries have emerged around the production of blessed weapons, protective wards, and early warning systems, creating new forms of wealth while destroying traditional sources of prosperity. Political relationships between kingdoms have been fundamentally altered by the need to cooperate against threats that transcend normal territorial boundaries. Ancient rivalries have been set aside in favor of mutual defense pacts, while new alliances have formed around shared vulnerability to supernatural attack. The Shadow Isles have inadvertently created a form of international cooperation that centuries of diplomacy had failed to achieve, yet this cooperation is built upon fear rather than trust or shared values. The champions who oppose the Shadow Isles have evolved alongside their enemies, developing new abilities and strategies in response to the changing nature of the supernatural threat. Lucian and Senna represent the most direct challenge to Viego's authority, their partnership embodying the kind of love that transcends death without succumbing to obsession. Their weapons, forged from light itself, serve as proof that hope remains viable even in the face of seemingly overwhelming darkness. Gwen, the hollowed seamstress, carries particular significance as a being created from Isolda's own love and memories, yet one who has chosen to oppose rather than serve the ruined king's quest. Her existence demonstrates that even fragments of the lost queen's essence can develop independent will and moral agency, challenging Viego's assumption that all aspects of his beloved naturally belong to him. Her scissors cut through more than fabric, severing the bonds of corruption that tie the living to the realm of the dead. Yorick continues his lonely vigil as shepherd of souls, guiding spirits to their proper rest while fighting against the forces that would enslave them to eternal torment. His presence within the Shadow Isles serves as a beacon of sanity in a realm defined by madness, a reminder that duty and compassion can survive even the most comprehensive corruption. The graves he digs offer hope of final peace to souls who have forgotten that such peace remains possible. The modern Shadow Isles pulse with dark energy that grows stronger rather than weaker as centuries pass, fed by the ongoing suffering of their inhabitants and the expanding scope of their influence. Each harrowing brings new victims whose despair adds to the realm's power, while each failed attempt to stop the corruption provides valuable intelligence that makes future attacks more effective. The islands have become a learning organism that adapts and evolves in response to every challenge it encounters. Technological advancement throughout Runeterra has been significantly influenced by the need to develop effective countermeasures against supernatural threats. Piltover's inventors work constantly on devices that can detect otherworldly intrusions, while Damasia's Mageseekers have refined their techniques for combating magical corruption. Yet these advances often prove inadequate, when confronted with forces that exist outside the normal parameters of magical or scientific understanding. The natural world itself has begun to adapt to the presence of corruption within its midst, with some species developing resistance to supernatural influence while others flee to regions far from the Shadow Isle's reach. New forms of plant and animal life have emerged near the borders between the living world and the realm of the dead, creatures that partake of both natures yet belong fully to neither. These hybrid beings serve as living reminders of how corruption spreads when natural boundaries are violated. Cultural expressions throughout Runeterra now carry undertones that reflect the ongoing influence of supernatural dread. Art, literature, and music all grapple with themes of loss and impermanence in ways that would have been unthinkable before the Ruination. Even celebrations of joy and love are tempered by awareness that such emotions make their bearers visible to forces that view happiness as a resource to be harvested, rather than a state to be respected. The current state of the Shadow Isles represents not a static condition, but an ongoing process of corruption that continues to evolve and expand. Viego's quest for his lost queen shows no signs of abating, while the realm itself grows more powerful and sophisticated with each passing year. The wounds inflicted upon reality by his refusal to accept loss continue to fester and spread, creating new forms of supernatural threat that challenge every assumption about the nature of existence itself. Yet within this darkness, hope persists in forms both great and small. Individual acts of courage and compassion serve as bulwarks against despair, while communities that maintain their connections to genuine love and joy prove surprisingly resistant to corruption. The Shadow Isles may have changed the fundamental nature of existence in Runeterra, yet they have not succeeded in destroying the essential qualities that make life worth living. As we consider the present state of this cursed realm and its continuing impact upon our world, perhaps we might reflect upon the nature of adaptation and resistance, the way both individuals and societies learn to live with ongoing threats that cannot be entirely eliminated, in a reality permanently scarred by one man's refusal to accept loss. How do we maintain hope without falling into either denial or despair? What forms of love and connection prove strong enough to survive in a world where these very qualities have become sources of vulnerability as well as strength? Chapter 12. Reflections on Love and Loss. As our journey through the tale of the Ruination draws to its gentle close, and the echoes of Viego's tragic story settle into the quiet spaces of contemplation, we find ourselves confronted with truths, both beautiful and terrible, about the nature of human emotion and its capacity to reshape reality itself. In the flickering warmth of our evening's end, surrounded by the comfortable certainties of the living world, let us reflect upon the profound questions that emerge from paradise lost and love transformed into something that devours rather than nourishes, that enslaves rather than liberates. The story of King Viego and Queen Isolda speaks to something fundamental about the human experience, our desperate need to hold on to what we treasure most, even when that holding becomes the very force that destroys what we seek to preserve. In the beginning, their love was pure and transformative, a connection that brought out the best in both partners and created something greater than the sum of its parts. Viego found in Isolda's presence a reason to become more than his royal birth had required, while she discovered in his devotion a canvas upon which to paint her dreams of beauty and meaning. Yet within that pure beginning lay the seeds of ultimate tragedy, for Viego's love carried within it a possessiveness that could not distinguish between cherishing and claiming. He loved not just Isolda herself, but his experience of loving her, not just her presence, but his own transformation in that presence. When death came to steal away his beloved, what he mourned was not only her loss, but the loss of himself as he had existed in relationship to her. The man who emerged from that grief was no longer capable of love in its truest sense, only of an obsession that wore love's mask while serving entirely different masters. The transformation of the Blessed Isles into the Shadow Isles serves as a cosmic metaphor for what happens when love becomes separated from wisdom, when desire transcends the boundaries that keep it healthy and life-giving. Paradise fell not because love was absent, but because it was present in a form so concentrated and unbalanced that it poisoned everything it touched. The waters of life became the source of undeath, because they were asked to serve a purpose that violated their essential nature, not to heal and restore within the natural order, but to undo the fundamental law that gives existence its meaning. The champions who emerged from the Ruination each represent different aspects of noble qualities, corrupted by exposure to love that had lost its moorings in reality. Thresh's transformation from wise guardian to cruel manipulator shows how knowledge without compassion becomes a tool of torment. Hikarim's descent from honorable knight to eternal warrior demonstrates how loyalty without conscience becomes fanaticism. Callista's evolution from just general to spirit of vengeance reveals how justice without mercy becomes indistinguishable from cruelty. Yet perhaps most instructive of all is Viego himself, whose journey from grieving husband to ruined king illustrates the terrible consequences of refusing to accept loss as a natural part of existence. His quest to restore Isolda speaks to the universal human desire to undo death, to make permanent what is by nature temporary, to possess absolutely what can only be shared freely. In his obsession, we see reflected our own struggles with impermanence, our own tendency to grasp so tightly to what we love that we crush it in our embrace. The scattered fragments of his old soul represent more than just the literal consequences of Viego's violation of natural law. They symbolize the way our memories of lost loved ones can become distorted by our need for them to conform to our emotional requirements. Each fragment that Viego gathered was real yet incomplete, carrying genuine aspects of his beloved's essence, yet unable to reproduce the wholeness that had made her a complete person. His attempts to reassemble her from these pieces created only a simulacrum that served his obsession while mocking the reality of who she had truly been. The false Isolda that emerged from Viego's reconstructions reveals one of love's greatest dangers, the tendency to replace the actual beloved with an idealized version that exists only in our own minds and hearts. The real Isolde had possessed independence, creativity, and the capacity to challenge and surprise her husband. The constructed version agreed with everything he desired, supported every decision he made, and loved him with the unquestioning devotion that his obsession demanded. In creating this perfect partner, Viego had eliminated every quality that had made their original relationship meaningful and life-giving. The eternal hunt that defines Viego's current existence serves as a powerful metaphor for the way grief can become an identity that we cling to long after it has ceased to serve any constructive purpose. The ruined king's quest gives him purpose and direction, provides structure for his existence and justification for his actions, yet it also traps him in endless repetition of the same futile patterns, preventing him from growing beyond his loss or discovering new sources of meaning and connection. The impact of the Shadow Isles upon Runeterra demonstrates how individual trauma, when unresolved, can become a force that poisons entire communities and cultures. Viego's refusal to process his grief in healthy ways has created a supernatural threat that affects countless innocent lives, transforming love itself from a source of strength and joy into a liability that attracts dangerous attention. His personal tragedy has become a cosmic wound that continues to fester and spread, proving that some forms of suffering create more suffering rather than leading to wisdom or growth. Yet the story is not without hope, for it also shows us examples of love that transcends loss without being destroyed by it. Lucian and Senna's partnership demonstrates that it is possible to fight against death's cruelty while still accepting death's inevitability. Their love gives them strength to oppose the Shadow Isle's corruption precisely because it does not demand the impossible, the permanent preservation of what must naturally change and evolve. Gwen's existence as a being created from Isolde's love, yet possessing independent will, challenges Viego's assumption that loving someone gives us the right to possess every aspect of their being. Her choice to oppose rather than serve the ruined king shows that even echoes of the dead can develop moral agency that transcends the desires of those who would claim ownership over them. In her defiance, We see proof that love, properly understood, creates freedom rather than bondage, encourages growth rather than stagnation. Yorick's role as shepherd of souls reminds us that there are forms of service that honor the dead without enslaving them to the unfulfilled needs of the living. His work provides genuine peace to spirits caught between existence and void, offering them release from torment rather than exploitation for another's purposes. In his patient dedication to duty, we find an example of how love can express itself through letting go rather than holding on, through service rather than possession. The resistance that emerges throughout Runeterra to combat the Shadow Isles' influence represents humanity's capacity to learn and adapt even in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. Communities that maintain their connections to healthy forms of love and joy prove surprisingly resilient against corruption, while individuals who understand the difference between honoring the dead and being enslaved by them serve as bulwarks against despair. The cyclical nature of the Harrowing reflects the way unresolved trauma tends to repeat itself in ever-widening circles, affecting not just the original victim but countless others who become entangled in patterns they did not create. Yet it also demonstrates that such cycles can be broken through conscious choice and deliberate action, that communities can learn to protect themselves against influences that seek to corrupt their most sacred bonds and connections. Perhaps most importantly, the tale of the Ruination reminds us that love's greatest gift is not its ability to preserve or possess, but its capacity to transform us into beings capable of genuine connection with others. True love does not seek to make permanent what is naturally temporary, but rather to experience fully and gratefully whatever time we are given with those we cherish. It does not demand guarantees or try to eliminate the risks inherent in caring deeply for another person, but rather embraces both joy and sorrow as natural aspects of meaningful relationship. The wisdom that emerges from Viego's tragedy is not that we should love less to protect ourselves from loss, but that we should love more skillfully, with full awareness of impermanence, with respect for the beloved's independent existence, with gratitude for whatever time we are given rather than demand for time we believe we deserve. Such love does not seek to possess but to appreciate, does not try to control but to support, does not attempt to make eternal what is beautiful precisely because it is fleeting. The corrupted paradise of the Shadow Isles stands as eternal testimony to what happens when love becomes separated from wisdom, when desire transcends the boundaries that keep it life-giving rather than destructive. Yet it also serves as a powerful reminder of love's incredible potency, its capacity to reshape reality itself, for better or for worse, depending upon how it is understood and expressed. In the end, the story of the Ruination is not primarily about magic or supernatural forces, but about the choices we make when confronted with loss, the ways we respond when life demands that we surrender what we most treasure. It reminds us that grief, however profound, is meant to be a passage rather than a destination, a process that transforms us rather than a prison that confines us. Most importantly, it teaches us that the highest expression of love is often the willingness to let go, to honor what was without demanding that it continue, to carry our beloveds in our hearts without trying to resurrect them in our arms. The Shadow Isles will continue to exist as long as Viego refuses to accept the natural order that governs all existence, as long as his obsession remains stronger than his wisdom. Yet their influence need not be absolute. For every act of healthy love, every moment of graceful acceptance, every choice to honor rather than possess creates small sanctuaries where the corruption cannot take root. In these spaces we find hope that love can remain a source of light rather than shadow, of connection rather than isolation, of life rather than undeath. As we close our contemplation of this tale of paradise lost and love corrupted, perhaps we might ask ourselves, how do we love fully while accepting impermanence? How do we honor those we have lost without being enslaved by our need for them? How do we find the wisdom to distinguish between the love that liberates and the obsession that destroys? In a world where the greatest joys often carry the deepest sorrows, how do we maintain hope without falling into either possessiveness or despair? See, questions have no easy answers, yet in the very asking of them, we begin to discover the path that leads not to the shadow isles of eternal torment, but to the true paradise that exists wherever love is expressed with wisdom, gratitude, and the courage to let go when letting go becomes the highest form of caring we can offer.